Well, good morning, folks, and thank you for your patience this morning as we try to accommodate a little bit of a traffic issue out there for some folks. We thank you for that. We thank you for your attendance, both for those of you who are with us in person and folks joining online, joining virtually. My name is Dan Lemke. I'll be the MC for today, and it's something I really have actually had the privilege of doing before, because in a former life, I was actually for almost 17 years the communications director for AURI, and was on staff when we had the very first Renewable Energy Roundtable, when that whole effort was developed. And I currently work for the Linder Farm Network, a network of radio stations. I also do some writing, which includes still writing for the AURI Ag Innovation News. It's very near and dear to my heart, a group that I've been involved with again for a very long time. In fact, ironically, I started working at AURI when my daughter was about 4 months old. Today's her 30th birthday, so I guess that just gives you a picture of how long ago it was that I was here. But it is my pleasure to be part of this event, and we hope it's very enjoyable, informative, and educational for you today. And at this point, I'd like to bring up our first speaker of the day, Shannon Schlecht, Executive Director of AURI. Shannon's responsible for the overall strategic and operational oversight of the organization, its staff, programs, and the execution of its mission. AURI provides technical services to businesses, conducts applied research initiatives, and convenes networking events to create value-added economic opportunities for the food and ag sector. He holds bachelor's and master's of science degrees in agriculture economics from North Dakota State University, go Bison, from Fargo, North Dakota. So please welcome Shannon Schlecht.
Excellent. Thanks, Dan. It's hard to believe 4 months to 30 years. That's fantastic. Welcome, everyone, to the Renewable Energy Roundtable. It's an honor to be here with you all and to talk about what's happening in the space of energy efficiency today. So maybe just a little bit about AURI for those that aren't aware of the organization or are just getting some initial exposure, right? We're a 501c3 nonprofit that was created by the state legislature in the 1980s during the farm crisis to really look at innovative ways and new ways that we could look at utilization of the crops that are produced in Minnesota into new products and new processes, and to really expand the demand for Minnesota grown crops and commodities overall. So we've been doing that for 35 years overall through a unique approach of looking at the business and commercial side along with the technical side, right? And how do we marry those up in terms of creating new opportunities and driving impact for our small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and our agribusinesses, entrepreneurs across the state. So we work on a couple hundred projects a year where we work with them on a confidential basis to really move those products into the marketplace. But then we also do a lot of public initiatives and applied research where we're looking at what are some pain points, what are some opportunity areas that we want to further explore and get some information out there, awareness around what are some of those opportunities. The Renewable Energy Roundtable is one of those initiatives, right, that the state and our statute said you should do a Renewable Energy Roundtable annually to share ideas about what's happening around innovation in the renewable energy space. So we've been doing this since 2006 is when that came into be. So we're almost 20 years into hosting an annual event around ways that we can look at innovation and new opportunities to drive opportunities for our value-added food and agricultural processing sector here within the state of Minnesota. So we are governed by 11 directors as well. They are representing farmers, agribusiness, and the state legislature, and they help direct our programs in terms of how we're trying to drive impact and move these opportunities forward. So I want to say, first of all, just I appreciate your interest, right, in AURI, and I appreciate your interest in our topic of the day as we talk about energy efficiency. It's a little bit of a switch from what we've done historically when we look at the work we've done around anaerobic digestion and hydrogen, ethanol, biodiesel, and looking at our crops and how do they go into renewable energy opportunities. This is looking a little bit at a different channel in terms of, right, how are we helping our value-added businesses meet their sustainability goals, right, their corporate and ESG goals, right, that they have as well in terms of looking at new innovations and new technologies. So we are always trying to be forward-looking, right, in terms of what's out on the horizon, right, and creating that exposure and that opportunity around it. So with that, I want to first of all just say thank you to the AURI staff for everything that they've done to put this together today. If you guys want to stand quick so people can see who you are in the room, if they have questions and want to have conversations earlier on what's happening with at AURI and just ways that you can engage. So take a good look at them. Thank you, guys. And then I also want to say thank you to our, we have an advisory board for our Renewable Energy Roundtable, and they are representatives from the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, the Department of Commerce, the University of Minnesota, and the Minnesota State system as well. And we confer with them around what are they seeing around new opportunities and have these discussions in terms of helping bring together topics that we think are meaningful and beneficial and impactful to the state as well. And I also want to thank our speakers. Right before we get started, I think we have an excellent program and some great expertise that will be shared today as you look at case studies and examples and what they're seeing in the field, right, and how that marries up with the things that we're seeing in the field as well, as we're out having those conversations with industry every day and pulling all those pieces together with those unique skill sets and expertise that come to the table today. And then finally, thank you all for taking time, right, to be with us today online and in the room here today. Let's make it an interactive session and engaging as well as we go through. I think, right, I know there's probably a lot of questions as we look at some of these new spaces. So we'll look forward to working through those as well. With that, I do want to, before I finish my remarks, I want to welcome Federico Tripodi up here as well to the stage. Federico is our chair of AURI. He's been on the board now for 6 years, so I'll have Federico just say a few opening remarks as well.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the board of directors, I want to thank you and the staff for this event today. As Shannon said, we have a volunteer board at AURI. We represent different parts of our economy, and we also represent different sectors and areas, geographical areas around Minnesota. At AURI, we're on a mission to accelerate the expansion of the agricultural economy by empowering expanded uses and markets of agriculturally derived products. I know it's a mouthful, but it's quite simple. Expansion of agricultural economy, jobs, capital investment, economic activity. Anything we can help to catalyze that for the sector is part of our mission. How we do it? We do it by finding new ways and new markets to use our very diverse raw materials that we produce here in Minnesota. And that could go from helping a food company to we've helped a company that makes packing pellets out of cropped starches. We've helped companies convert poultry litter into fertilizer. And today we're talking about ways to create energy to help our industry be more resilient and have local sources of energy. So I want to thank all of you for engaging in the conversation and kind of open up our staff and our organization for finding ways to collaborate to help our state continue to grow and thrive. So with that, I'll keep it brief. Thank you all, and thanks, Shannon, for your leadership.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you, Federico. We've got a great board that's really been helping us drive forward on new opportunities and new impact areas. With that, Dan, I think I'm going to turn it back to you and looking forward to the discussion and the input and learning a few things today. Cheers. Great.
Thank you, Shannon. I also want to make sure to thank our sponsors for today's event, USDA Rural Development, the Rural Development Grant Program for the overall support, also for Compeer Financial for lunch. We always appreciate lunch, at least I do. And Avisen Legal for our morning break. We do have several legislators, I believe, who are registered, as well as Commissioner Tom Peterson, who's registered to be here, but I'm not sure that any of those folks have been able to make it in yet this morning, but we will certainly recognize them when they arrive. I jokingly have called Commissioner Peterson, I think you probably have heard James Brown being called the hardest working man in show business. I sometimes think Commissioner Peterson is the hardest working man in agriculture because he seems to be at just about everything and everywhere, which is phenomenal. He's very much a proponent and a supporter of Minnesota agriculture. So we thank him for that. So just so you know, all these the programs, the presentations, everything is being recorded so that they will be uploaded to the AURI's YouTube channel. You'll be able to, if there's something you want to go back and review or didn't catch the first time, you will be able to go back and check those out again. Also, the PowerPoint slides will be posted to AURI's website as well at auri.org. Now, we are hoping that this activity today is interactive, and one of the ways that we'll be getting some of your feedback is by using Slido, which if you have a phone handy that you want to snap that QR code, that will get you into the Slido app, which will allow you to respond to polls and give us your feedback on some of the presentations. You can also go to slido.com if you wish, and then the key number is 171-3277. So either way, we'll get you connected there to Slido, and we'll be using these intermittently throughout the day, again, to get your feedback, to get your thoughts, and to continue that conversation. So I know there's a couple of introductory polls that have been set up. I don't know if we have, if we're ready to rock into those. Okay, so our first question is, and the answers should show up on the computer as they are put in. How would you best describe your outlook today? After the drive-in, maybe frustration, cautiously optimistic, hopeful, excited, positive, windy. Awesome. Obviously, you folks have figured out how to use the Slido app, so we'll be, again, using that. But it's awesome to see that the optimistic, curious, positive, and hopeful are all the top items that are popping up there. That's what we like to see, folks who are interested in learning about new things. Now, if we can pop up the second page, there's another question we have for you, which is, which sector or sectors do you represent? Just helps us get a feel for who's in the audience, kind of what areas of expertise, what areas of interest you have. So if you have a moment to pop those up, we have some legislative and government, industry, service. Other duties as assigned, which is on every job description. All right. Well, excellent. Obviously, we have a good cross-section of folks here across the state and with varied interests. So hopefully everything that you see today will, you can take away some value from, and we will have a survey at the end that hopefully you'll be able to fill out and provide us with some more feedback from that as well. Now, and we also, after each speaker session, not after each individual speaker, we will have an opportunity for you to ask questions, both in-house and online. For the folks who are online, they can submit those questions, and those will be texted to me on my handheld computer, and we'll try and accommodate as many of those questions as we possibly can. So let's get rocking on our day today here, and we're going to start off. Luca Zullo, Dr. Zullo is going to get us started on our first topic today. He's the Senior Director of Science and Technology at AURI. He started his career at Shell Research in the Netherlands. He's involved in designing novel oil and petrochemical processes, focusing on process modeling, control, and integration. He continued this work in Minneapolis for Cray Research and Silicon Graphics, leading the development of some of the world's most extensive process plant simulations. In addition, he led the development of Virtual Plant, a pioneering prototype of a visual simulator for operator training. Later at Cargill, he worked to incorporate research and development on novel agricultural commodity transformation processes, emphasizing biofuels development and renewable energy in plant operations. Luca holds a degree in chemical engineering from the University of Padova, Italy, and a PhD in chemical engineering from the Imperial College of Science, Technology, and Medicine in London. So please welcome Dr. Luca Zullo.
Yeah, thank you. And, anytime I listen to my bio, says I need to meet this guy. Maybe I need to edit a bit down. So why is today's topic? And I'll keep it short. We have some tremendous program with fantastic speakers, so I'm not going to steal their limelight for too long. But just I want to introduce why we're having this conversation today. Years, sometimes ago, McKinsey made a survey of the top sustainability goals and for the food industry. And what it came up is that number one is obviously reducing greenhouse emission. The second was energy efficiency. And obviously the two are connected. So energy efficiency is very much, although historically we have relatively low cost energy, still very much in the mind of executives in companies. But then when you look at the other like water usage and also sustainable packaging, there is a nexus with energy. So really energy is a critical issue for the industry. And surprisingly, because we don't think in those terms very often, when you look at this diagram that shows the energy emission intensity of industrial sector, the food industry is actually pretty higher up. I mean, it's actually higher than cement, which is kind of surprisingly, because obviously we all know that cement is very energy intensive. But the food industry is very big, is very distributed. When you accumulate all the energy that is used, is actually considerable and comparable to other much more intuitively high energy industrial sectors. And the industrial sector represents a huge amount of the energy landscape in the United States. 30% of the energy in the United States is used for industrial application. And again, if you see the breakdown, the food products is still pretty higher up in the overall consumption. Again, when you look also how energy is used in manufacturing, process heating is the majority, where the majority goes. And when you look at where the food industry is, again, either direct process heating or steam demand are the two largest component of energy utilization. And it makes sense, food industry means cooking stuff. And when you look at the fuels, obviously, not surprisingly, natural gas represents the majority of fuels used in the United States for application in industry. But when you look at the food industry, the percentage is even higher. So almost 60% of the energy in the United States for the food industry and at large, the agricultural processing commodity comes from natural gas. Little snapshot just to provide. I mean, think about the crackers you consume. 2 million cubic feet of methane are used every year to bake crackers. And the number, so when you look in this context, suddenly you realize, actually, we use a lot of energy for something that we think that, we use it every day without thinking about the energy content, like baked goods like this. And later today, we're going to have a company talking about how they're trying to reduce the energy intensity of this type of operations. What makes this an interesting target is actually where the temperatures are. The food industry, while use a lot of energy, the majority of the energy is in relatively low temperature profiles. And that makes it actually easier thinking about things like waste energy recovery, integration with other processes. It's very difficult for the cement industry. All their energy is 1,000 Celsius and higher, but not for the food industry. And that's why this is a very interesting target for things like electrification, for instance. And again, the ethanol industry, which the Department of Energy classify as a part of the chemical industry, similarly uses a lot of energy in relatively low temperature compared, say, to other chemical processing industry. So the DOE, a couple of years ago, came up with the Department of Energy with this decarbonization roadmap, and let's focus on the horizontal axis. And we're talking about industrial electrification and energy efficiency. And you see a lot of technologies there. And really, that is what we're going to talk today. So today, we're going to hear about things like mechanical vapor recompression, electrification, energy storage, and so on. So these are really the topics of today, and they're really relevant for this industry. But I want to also to say something else, and for those who know you may know that I like cars, so I always like to do example with cars. Energy efficiency always gets a bad rap. It seems that it's a miserly thing to do. You do energy efficiency when you're constrained. But actually, energy efficiency is more than that. It's doing more with less. Take the most sold vehicle in the United States, the Ford F-150. 1990 model was 15 miles per gallon combined and was weighing 4,200 pounds. Today, F-150 is 20 miles per gallon combined and it weighs 5,500 pounds. So we actually have improved the fuel economy with a much heavier vehicle. If you look at the specific energy consumption in modern cars, the industry has made tremendous progress while at the same time delivering customers vehicles that have more power and many more amenities. Yeah, they're also more expensive, but the reality is that very few people today would buy the 1990 truck. So with this, and without further ado, we continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zullo. Our next presenter is Frank Kohlasch, who has served as Assistant Commissioner for Air and Climate Policy since January of 2023. He brings 28 years of state service and extensive leadership within the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency's air programs, most recently serving as MPCA Climate Director since 2019. He serves as the One Minnesota Climate Goal Lead for the Walz-Flanagan administration. He provides executive level leadership for Minnesota's Climate Subcabinet and the Governor's Advisory Council on Climate Change. He coordinates energy, climate, and clean air policies and leads the implementation of Minnesota's Climate Action Framework to advance climate action and strategies centered around equity in Minnesota. Frank joined the MPCA in 1996 as an environmental analyst and served as manager for the agency's air assessment section, where he led agency experts in collecting, analyzing, and using air quality and greenhouse gas information to guide state actions. He holds leadership positions on several state and national committees, including past president of the National Association of Clean Air Agencies and state co-chair for the association's Climate Change Committee, and on the government steering team for the Under 2 Coalition. So please welcome our next speaker, Frank Kohlasch.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to give my quick disclaimer. I'm not up here because I don't bring my phone up here because I'm going to get text messages. I'm not that important, but I need a timer because I take the line from Captain America in the Marvel universe. When I talk about climate, I can talk about this all day. So I've got 15 minutes, so I need to make sure that I stick to 15 minutes. But thank you again for inviting me, having me here to talk about this topic. And thank you, Dr. Zucco, for your presentation. It is very informative for the kind of work that I'll be talking about with our Climate Smart Food System grant that the Pollution Control Agency recently received. My discussion today will be focused on an Inflation Reduction Act grant that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency received under the Climate Pollution Reduction Planning Grant. And this will provide us with $200 million to address a climate smart food system for Minnesota. So this is part of a $4.6 billion federal investment through the Inflation Reduction Act, the Climate Pollution Reduction Program. It's going to create a catalyzation for our transition to an equitable, resilient, and decarbonized food system in Minnesota. When we started looking at how we would put this grant together, we had a number of ideas that we could put together, and what we eventually came down to thinking about was, let's put this into a systems look that Minnesota plays a unique role in, and that's where we came up with a climate smart food system. We also know that we can use this to advance economic development, clean jobs, and clean economy for Minnesota. We can lead the way for the country to show how this can be done. We also want to fight hunger, reduce inequities in the system, and then there are co-benefits that we see with this by reducing air pollution and reducing water pollution, as we'll talk about in some of the previous slides. And then we want to support the health and well-being of all Minnesotans through this project. So the grant is a collaborative work between the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and 4 other agencies. So the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Health, and the Board of Water and Soil Resources. Also in collaboration with Ramsey, Washington County. They have a direct award from the industrial innovation part of the grant that I'll talk about later. And then also it will provide direct funding for the 11 Minnesota tribal nations as well. The primary buckets that we have for the grant, looking at the system, it starts with the activities on the ground. So the production of agricultural products, but also the restoration of degraded agricultural lands from past activities. It then includes processing, transporting, and storage of food products, agricultural products and food products, and then addresses the vibrant food economies, avoiding food waste and addressing food security for all Minnesotans. Going through the specific items of the grant, we have $20 million going primarily to the Department of Natural Resources for peatland restoration. This is looking to restore peatlands, in particular in the northern part of the state, that were degraded as they were attempted to be used for agricultural production and found to not be effective. So we would like to return those to their more natural state of peatlands operating in that ecological ecosystem benefit, because they can store carbon as a great resource for Minnesota to put that back into the land, instead of having them in a degraded position where they're actually releasing carbon dioxide to the atmosphere and making that part of Minnesota's emissions inventory higher than it should be. So we're going to move that money for the Department of Natural Resources in particular to focus on restoring peatlands in Minnesota. Then we have the $20 million for climate smart agricultural systems. This is going to focus in 3 primary areas. That's going to be continuing to support the Department of Agriculture's Minnesota Water Agricultural Certification Project. They have a climate endorsement for that. And because what we have seen is that the activities that are done on the field benefit water quality, they benefit soil health, and they also benefit the climate. We want to continue to support that. We also have soil health assistance program. This is going both to the Department of Agriculture and to the Board of Water and Soil Resources, improving soil health. That improves productivity, reduces the energy inputs into the system. And then we are looking at cover crop, living cover crop, the utilization and expanding that as well. For the refrigeration portion of the work, we are looking to provide money that's going to replace what are called high global warming potential refrigerants. These are refrigerants that are synthetic man-made chemicals that if they get into the atmosphere, they have a very long half-life in the atmosphere, and they absorb much more of the infrared radiation, the thermal radiation that's causing the warming. So what we want to do is use this in a couple of different ways. One, looking at some of the larger uses and being able to replace the high global warming potential refrigerants at larger uses, but also at local levels. So smaller stores, being able to help them make the transition from inefficient and high global warming potential refrigerants to more efficient, lower global impacting refrigerants in the entirety of the system. Then we have a vehicle replacement program. This is building off of the success that we've had in Minnesota with a Volkswagen settlement and with the Diesel Emission Reduction Act work that we've had from federal funding. This allows us to look at the different types of vehicles in the system and provide funding in order to replace those with cleaner vehicles, whether that's going to be going to an electrification or if that's another clean alternative fuel as well, looking for potentials for hydrogen use as well for particularly the heavy duty vehicles. But this will span heavy duty vehicles, and it will also provide some funding to the Department of Agriculture for agricultural equipment replacement as well, to reduce and replace some of the diesel and gasoline fueled vehicles with other alternative cleaner fuel vehicles. Then we have funding going to the food scraps and prevention of wasted food. This is building on work that the agency has already started to work on. That's making sure that once the food has been produced, delivered, potentially used, that we're making sure it meets all of the needs that food would have. If it can be used for human consumption, can we divert it for human consumption? If it can't be used for human consumption, is it suitable for diversion to the use for animal feed consumption? And if that's not available, then how do we make sure that it does not just go to a landfill where it will produce methane for many decades and intensifying climate change and those climate emissions from the storage system? Then with the food sovereignty and the food security grants, this is where we'll be working with the Department of Health. And we have funding both for state level and local programs for food security and food delivery to those who need it. So this is trying to make sure we don't make changes in parts of the system that affect the availability of good, nutritious food to Minnesotans. And then this is the part where we do have funding set aside specifically going to the 11 tribal nations. And this will be a non-competitive allocation. We have heard from tribal nations that they do not want to be competing against each other for these kinds of funds. So our plan is to be able to provide those fundings directly to the tribal nations who want them and make sure that they're going to provide their assistance for tribals for their food security issues, and particularly some of their focus that they have on their traditional tribal food needs and food security. I'm just going to skip by, and now I'm at the one that has the part of this grant that has the most application here to our discussion, and that's the industrial innovation side of that. And this is a $60 million part of the grant. It's the largest part of the grant, and it is probably the least defined part of our grant. And so hearing Dr. Zuko's presentation, I think we're going to want to be talking to you because a lot of the information that you touched on, we need to build that into as we develop what's going to happen with this part of the grant. $10 million of this is a direct award to Ramsey, Washington County to help them with their food anaerobic digester to biochar process that they are running near Shakopee. So we have about $50 million available for the state to address various items in decarbonizing the food system all the way from you're really looking at some of the production sides, but any of the items that we have within the food system. Understanding that energy efficiency is an important part of this. And so I was really gratified to hear Dr. Zuko talk about that this morning, and also smaller businesses. And how do we make sure that smaller businesses who don't have a specific staff who can study what the Inflation Reduction Act, what the bipartisan infrastructure law, what the tax credits are available, how can we help them make sure they're taking advantage of those, and also being available for the grants to make that transition for more energy efficiency? We're looking at this notion of the heat, how high heat versus low heat, how can that be replaced with captured heat? Can there be partnerships of moving heat from where it's being generated and wasted now into the atmosphere to be actually used at another facility for its use? And then the electrification opportunities for low heat applications as well, or geothermal or air or heat pump applications at those sources. But also we're looking at the opportunities for anaerobic digestion particularly for the food wastes and the high strength waste streams. So I'm very glad that I was able to talk to Tracy from St. Cloud. Their nutrient energy and water recovery facility is a great example of this. And from the Pollution Control Agency, this is one of the places where we face a lot of challenges with the waste streams coming from the food manufacturing side. And if they are just being treated as liquid waste and in open basins, that creates water quality challenges, that creates air quality challenges for us. So we want to be able to identify ways we can bring that in to an anaerobic digestion system, recover that heat, and then use that biogas or renewable natural gas for a useful use. We do have a Natural Gas Innovation Act opportunity in Minnesota, but there's also other opportunities as well. And so my next slides are just going to be going down, hopefully not too much of a rabbit hole. I won't go through these slides too much because they're all from Denmark. We had a trade delegation with Denmark and learned a lot of what they are doing with biogas and renewable natural gas in Denmark. And it tracks very well with what we would like to do. Using multiple feedstocks into an anaerobic digester and being able to then use that downstream for other renewable energy sources. And then in particularly improved nutrient management, because one of the things that is happening in the European applications is that they will measure the potassium, nitrogen, and phosphorus content of the digestate, and then they will allow farmers to use that as decisions on how much they want to use. Or even in some applications in Canada, they dry that, and then they can sell that as a fertilizer and basically remove it from a watershed. And we have nitrogen problems in many of our watersheds. And so that ability to be able to bring all of that together, I think, is very important. And this is just looking for what Denmark's looking at. And the only reason I put this up there was to note that they're looking with their biogas anaerobic digester side of a major play into the transportation sector. Don't know how that's going to play out in the United States with the decisions between electrification, hydrogen, or renewable natural gas, but they're looking at the use of biogas in the transportation sector. And where they're going is not particularly going to be direct combustion of that renewable natural gas, but into what they call power to X, which is taking their renewable energy, their no carbon, low carbon electricity, and turning that into additional products downstream. So looking at a renewable or an e-shipping marine fuel, sustainable aviation fuel, and then the base chemicals for chemical production as well, because all of those right now are very difficult to decarbonize, not likely to be served directly by electrification, and are necessary for society. And they all come from fossil fuel right now. And then this is another graph by the Danish Biogas Society, just talking about how all of these systems combine and connect, and bringing together all of these wastes that we are already producing from various processes in Minnesota, recovering the energy, then using that biogas, that renewable natural gas, in multiple ways, including the addition with green hydrogen, with captured carbon, with renewable electricity to create things like e-methanol for ships to be able to use, for the Lakers that we have, or the Salties and the marine ships, for sustainable aviation fuels, and again, for those base chemicals in the chemical manufacturing. And then just another graph. This is from Nature Energy. They operate in Denmark, again, showing how these systems all connect together. And when we start with addressing those waste materials that we're already having to handle now, and recovering the energy, creating that biogas, renewable natural gas feedstock, opens up other technological doors for us to move forward. And so as I close, just to give you a sense for the timeline, we now have the money secured from EPA, and we are starting the process of transferring the funds to our partners, our other agency partners. And you can look for the opportunities for grants starting, we think, as early as late spring, summer of 2025, and the funds are available through the summer of 2029. And I think in this area, we'll be looking to have more conversations about how we define that industrial innovation part of the grant as well. And then before I close, just want to connect this with the Climate Action Framework. We released that in September of 2002, and we're in the process of updating that. And so we are looking for people and input into making sure that whether it's in our natural and working lands chapter or our clean economy chapter, that we're representing the work that you are all talking about today with energy efficiency for businesses, particularly smaller businesses, but also replacement of heat, using waste heat, not letting it go directly to the atmosphere, capturing it, reusing it someplace else, and then also looking for those feedstocks that we can make in Minnesota that can lead down line to other clean tech. So my final slide is just the QR code to sign up for updates about the grant. And you can also find that on the Pollution Control Agency's website. You can also find on our Minnesota climate website information about the climate framework update. And with that, I will allow you to go to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlasch. And actually, I'll forewarn our next speaker too, after you're done with your presentation, if you could stay up here, we will have time for folks to ask questions. Again, both those watching virtually and those in-house. So if you can stay up here, that would be great. Our next speaker is Ron Omann. He is the State Energy Coordinator for USDA Rural Development in Minnesota, which involves administering a range of energy-related programs. He's worked with rural development since 2003, during which time he has served as an environmental specialist and technical advisor to the USDA's National Office Energy Division. Since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, USDA Rural Development has invested over $1 billion in grants for energy-related projects nationwide for nearly 7,000 farmers and small businesses. In addition to energy financing, the agency achieves its mission by helping rural individuals, communities, and businesses obtain the financial and technical assistance needed to address their diverse and unique needs. Ron graduated from St. Olaf College in Northfield with a BA in Political Science and Environmental Studies. Please welcome Mr. Ron Omann.
Yeah, I just have one program, so it's easy. Frank has like a whole bunch of cool things that they're doing, but we have just one. I mean, just one that I'm talking about. So, Rural Energy for America program. I'm kind of giving some, I guess I'm trying to figure out like, you know, how much people know or don't know. And so I'm assuming that there's people have heard about the program, but I'm going to go back into a little bit of history. And if anybody has any like specific questions about eligibility and stuff like that, we can talk later. But basically I wanted to talk about kind of what we've been doing since IRA passed 2022. And kind of where it's going, because there's a lot of unknowns, and I see that in the responses about the unknown administration change. So being a federal agency, we are concerned as well. Basically, though, the REAP program was established and has been around for over 20 years. In 2002, it was part of the Farm Bill. Relatively small program, but Minnesota and the upper Midwest was able to capture quite a bit of that money for large wind development that was being done. I mean, it was large scale wind, but not like the 100 turbines. It was more of the like 10 community wind kind of things. And then we moved on 2008. It was redone in the Farm Bill. Subsequently in 2014, 2018, so every 5 years, I guess, is the Farm Bill schedule. It was reauthorized. So, but relatively small program, $50 million a year, I guess, in terms of the last Farm Bill. And in 2022, I think the people that developed the IRA legislation and the funding, saw this opportunity and a way to implement a lot of money, and what that gave us $2 billion, I should say. Which this is that first point there was over the next decade. So but a lot of the money, as you'll see, has been spent and as was introduced. $1 billion has been spent. So here's kind of what 2022 looked like as far as our funding and where the money went. As you can see, Minnesota is to the left there on the graph below is the most amount. Obligations are like awards. So those are direct awards to our farmers and small businesses. Minnesota, Iowa we've been in the top of the country since 2022 or 2002, so it's nothing, crazy here. But yeah, basically the slide there, just like, hey, we went from $50 million, 2023, or then this is Minnesota's kind of distribution of those funds. In 2022, captured 3 million of that 50 million. So it's a pretty good amount there, helped out 131 people. And then boom, we go to 2023, and there's a lot of obviously pent up demand. We went from $50 million to $423 million in a year. And then Minnesota was able to capture 18 million of that, almost 240 projects being done in that amount of time. So we increased our workload quite a bit during that time as well. And then this year to date, there's still actually, even though we're in fiscal year 2025, because our fiscal year ends in September 30th, they've extended that deadline to the end of the year. So there could be some more money awarded at that time. But anyway, just kind of showing like, hey, this is how we got to the $1 billion spent with the $7,000 of farms. So this was our totals in 2024 in Minnesota. Distribution, again, keep helping more and more people. I mean, we'll help as many applications as we get in. We're just limited by that and funding, you know. So as they come in, we try to assist and get the money out the door. Okay, so that's kind of the money that, I guess that's the bragging part of the presentation. But now here's like the real kind of like nuts and bolts of the program. There's grants, there's guarantees, and you can get a combination of those. The grant is like the big, you know, is the main. Everybody likes the grant, right? Like you don't have to pay it back. Loan guarantees are nice. You know, we found on bigger projects, if there's a little bit of a, you know, the lender is basically wants a guarantee that this is gonna, you know, is gonna work. The federal government will back that. So it's a nice piece of the puzzle if it works. But you know, a farmer that wants to put in a new grain dryer probably is not going to get a loan guarantee. He'll just go get conventional financing. However, we have worked with quite a few community solar projects where the lender wanted a guarantee, and we were able to provide that. So the funding requirements. So the big thing that IRA did and that was different than the Farm Bill is the Farm Bill was a 25% grant and basically had a max of $500,000 for a renewable energy system, $250 for energy efficiency, and it really bumped it up to 50%. So we really made like, you know, a big chunk of that cost into grant eligible. So you could get that percentage, and then you could get up to $1 million if you had a renewable energy project, and then 500,000 for energy efficiency. So really kind of so some of those numbers, you know, also are affected by that. You know, when you went from 2022 to 2023 and 2024, a lot, you know, $1 million, if you got $1 million grant, well, we didn't do a lot of those, but you know, $1 million grant can really suck up quite a bit of money as well. So that's what we have. And then the type of projects we can do. Again, this is for you that haven't heard about the program much, but we can do renewable energy systems, we can do energy efficiency improvements, and we can do these energy efficiency equipment and systems, ag producing, processing. Those are only loans. So I did include that just because we haven't really done any of those, but just because we're talking about energy efficiency, it might be another option to look at for your financing. The renewable energy projects, you know, kind of traditional what you think of renewable: solar, wind, biomass, bioenergy, anaerobic digesters, geothermal. Those are ones we see. We don't see a lot of wave or ocean power, obviously, but those are the renewable energy ones. The energy efficiency projects, again, there's just a couple of the potentials, you know, lighting, heating, cooling. Excuse me. But really anything that saves energy is an energy efficiency project for us. So, so those are just a couple of examples. A couple just specific examples. This is the Southern Minnesota Beet Sugar Cooperative. Again, I included this as a, you know, ag producing or, you know, food production. And this is updates to the juice purification system. There's that was under the old or the Farm Bill project. But I thought I'd just bring it out because we can do these, you know, this is still a rural small business. I don't know what it is for beet processing, like what that is, you know, what that number is, but that's an eligible project here for us. We saved over, you know, 224, you know, million kilowatt hours and 22% savings with $3.5 million saved annually. So I think that was like a total project of like around 4 million. So it's like a, you know, 1 year payback. So we were able to, you know, that scored really well for our scoring system, which we rank projects on. Yeah, so that was a good use of funds for us. A recent one we did with IRA funds was Heartland Corn Products is an existing ethanol facility. They want to do a combined heat and power system. This is one of our $1 million grants. So they haven't done the project yet. But the way that they're working it is It wasn't actually an energy efficiency project. It was a renewable energy project because they say they're going to reduce that bottleneck and then be able to increase production by $6.5 million. And then there was some electricity savings as well, but that wasn't really the point of the project that they had presented to us. It was presented as a, this is going to increase bioenergy. So ethanol plants do kind of get that advantage. They can kind of go both ways. They can obviously do energy efficiency, increase or decrease the electrical needs and power needs, but they also can do certain components that increase their bottle or decrease their bottlenecks, increase production and get a project through that way as well. So those are a couple different ways we've done things. Again, of many projects we have, so we probably have seen it if you have it. Just the energy efficiency, I do want to say that they do have to be supported by energy audit. That lets us see the energy production or energy savings and energy and cost savings from the project. So it's a good idea for them as well to see that, okay, this is going to save 20%, 30%, 40%, how many dollars is it going to save? So it's required, but I also say it's also nice for them to have as well. So. All right, so a little bit on that energy efficient equipment and systems assistance, just because we are trying to see if that might be a fit for some different applicants as well. And that's a little bit different. That was a new provision not new anymore, but like it's a recent addition to the program where instead of like having an energy efficient project where you have to have an energy audit, you can actually build it to energy efficient standards. So for example, this is a good example. This wasn't in Minnesota, but I still like this idea as far as showing you guys like what it could do. And that was like doing this hydroponic tomato growing facility, and it was built from scratch. And then they put in like Energy Star savings, and they had a bunch of costs in there. So otherwise, if people call me up and say like, hey, I want just a normal REAP grant to do this project, I wouldn't be able to help out building new. It's just a replacement. So this is another vehicle to use that fund. And then I think, so that's kind of a little bit on the program. And then what does the future hold? This is what we know, right? The notice of, they call it notice of funding opportunity. They switch it up. It's like notice of solicitation or notice of funding, but this was a notice of funding opportunity. And it was published in the Federal Register October 16th. And basically, I think, there was a pretty drastic reduction in the funding. So $180 million annually. Again, this isn't just from Minnesota, this is nationwide. So things are going to get real competitive, is our take on that. So we did $1 billion, we did 500 million. Let's just split it each year. So now we're going down to 180. So just so that people know, I want to be transparent with people. It's going to get tough to get grants in. So kind of do your homework ahead of time and make sure if you've got a good project, it has a lot of savings, has a lot of cost savings, energy savings. Those are projects we're looking for in distressed areas. That was added to the scoring system. So we've got a map of distressed areas, disadvantaged areas. Again, good look at those. That really elevates your point totals up. So that's one way to kind of look at it. So it's kind of just being smarter navigating through this process now. And deadlines, again, we moved to a quarterly deadline with IRA. So we just had one, well, not anymore, but like it's September 30th was the deadline. Now our next one coming up is December 31st and then March 31st of 2025. And it set the deadlines throughout 3 years. So we have the next 3 years of funding and deadlines and all that stuff, the way to run the program set up. So the only thing is there's not a quarterly deadline in June. So that got removed. So if you guys were like, oh, I really am going to wait and I really want to, I got a big block in May to get a project through or get a project written, grant application written. We have to wait until July 1st, I guess, to accept those applications. So just so you know, so it's still kind of quarterly, and then we'll start again on September 30th of the following year and then keep running. So, all right, there's my information. If you need any more specific questions, and that's it.
All right, thank you, Ron. If I can actually have you both pick up the microphone, flip the switch on, just pop that up. There you go. Thank you. Because we do have questions, and we have our lovely assistant Michael Sparby over here that has a microphone to be able to be our mic runner this morning, because again, you might be able to hear it in-house, but the folks that are watching virtually also would like to hear your questions. So if you've got some, please flag Michael down. I did have a couple of them come in already, and the first one is for Frank. Is the funding already available in hand for all 4 years, or is there any risk that the Inflation Reduction Act will be repealed and these funds will not be available?
That's a great question. One that I fully expected. We have obviously been talking to EPA about this closely. Our understanding is that the place that our grant award is in is well protected from any other changes at the federal level. We have the signed work plan. The money has been moved to the correct accounts for Minnesota to be able to use. And what we are seeing with who the people that we anticipate to be the new congressional leaders, particularly in the Senate, are signaling that they're less interested in going back to look at funds that have already been out the door. They're going to be looking at funds that have not gone out the door yet. So we're feeling optimistic that these funds are as well protected as possible from any changes that we could see with the new administration.
Excellent, thank you. And another one, this one actually for Ron, are the grants matching grants, or describe that if you would?
Well, we do require a 50% like commitment of funds, but that can be of any source. That could be from their bank statements or of financial institutions commitment, that sort of stuff. Is that what you're looking for? Yeah.
I believe so,
Okay.
yes, thank you. And one more, actually, this one also coming in for you. Where does hempcrete production, I don't know if you're familiar with hempcrete, the Lower Sioux communities mixing hemp with concrete to make hempcrete. Where does production like that among the tribes fit in?
Ooh. Yeah, that's a good question. We haven't, I know that there's some recent provisions about hemp that have been kind of lessened, that is always kind of tied to cannabis and all that stuff. And so it's been kind of a hot topic. We haven't really got it. The issue about tribes is that actually tribes are not eligible for the program. So if they have a tribal business, it would be. So there could be some eligibility concerns there, but yeah, I guess the hempcrete would have to be an existing facility that they're trying to get in a more energy efficient, or is that a new facility? Do you know?
I believe both. I mean, there is a
Okay.
facility at Redwood, in the Redwood Falls Morton area, but
Okay.
it's
Right.
one of the disadvantages of getting a text question is I
Yeah,
don't know
right.
all the
Okay,
context, but
okay.
certainly whoever asked that, if they're, can certainly follow up
Yeah,
with you. I
follow up.
imagine a
Yeah.
specific question, again, with your contact information. And again,
Yeah.
these slides and these entire presentations will be available online to view later. So if there are questions that come up, you will have opportunities to address those. And I don't know if anyone have any questions in-house. I've got a couple more here, but I don't want to eliminate or overlook folks here that are in-house that may have a question. If not, we'll go back to the phones. So what specific progress has resulted from the climate action framework, and how is progress measured and accounted for?
That's another great question. So we have published a progress report in the summer of 2024. That's available on the Our Minnesota Climate webpage that talks about the progress that has been made. Some of the notable opportunities that we've seen have been the 100% clean electricity by 2040 law. That was identified in the climate action framework, and then that was adopted in 2023. We have, from the pollution control agency side, we have been distributing the first round of $100 million grants for resilient communities. That is going to all communities looking at particularly at their water infrastructure for whether it's wastewater, stormwater, and we've also have a grant out for just community resiliency to make sure that they're prepared in those critical infrastructure items for a changing climate. We also have funding out that is available for local climate implementation and planning grants, so that that will cover both implementation grants and planning. And the resilient communities were also for implementation projects as well. So it wasn't just planning, it was that planning is a small part of the resilient communities, but a major part of that is implementation grants for wastewater treatment systems and for stormwater treatment systems in Minnesota to be more climate resilient. And the list would go on. I don't want to take too much of the progress, or the time we have here, but the climate action framework does identify measures of progress. We've been looking at those, and then we've been looking at what we have been able to bring to Minnesota, both from federal funding, but also in the 2023 session, the 2024 session as well, to begin the work to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, increase Minnesota's resiliency to climate change, address inequities, and then build a clean economy for Minnesota.
Okay, another online question has come in. How do these pre-development project costs for audits, et cetera, get paid for? Not sure which speaker this is addressed to.
Yeah, the audit part of that would be a pre-development cost. It would be ineligible for the grant because it is incurred before the application. So yeah, that's kind of on to the applicant to get done. We have some technical assistance, or we have funded some technical assistance type institutions that have been able to provide energy audits, but not consistently, and you know, depending on the project, it may or may not work. So
yep. So are projects applying directly for these federal funds, or are they going through the state USDA office?
The state, yeah. They each come in. There's 50 of me, well, maybe 47. There's some states that are combined and whatnot, but so yeah, we each have an office. Each state has an office, and it goes directly to us. In each office kind of processes its own, you know, its own kingdom, I guess, and does its own work there.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe just one question I have in terms of the work. Is feasibility of projects allowable under either of your grant programs, or is it mainly capital and installation that you're focused on?
I can answer that at least more easily right now, because we haven't developed the full funding nature of the programs as of yet. That'll be something we'll be talking about here as we are providing the money to the other agencies, and then developing the mechanisms that we're going to be providing those to. And that's a valuable comment, and I think that people that are working on this as well are listening virtually, and we'll take that into account about that nature of projects and I think we've seen that with the resilient communities grants as well, that there's a planning component to it, but then there's also continuing that on into the implementation phase, and both of them are important to be able to fund.
And I see we have another in-house question.
In the past, USDA had a sort of threshold where state passed over to DC. I think it was 20 million or maybe 25 million. Is that the case with REAP, or what's the limit under the REAP program? And is there a threshold when it gets passed has to go through DC?
Oh, for like technical review or?
Technical review and approval.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't think there is a threshold when it needs to go to them. Yeah, if we have any sort of questions, we have a partnership with NREL, which is the National Renewable Energy Lab in Golden, Colorado, and that's been a real nice thing to, we had it for a while and then it went away and then now we're kind of back, working with them. So if we have any questions, but if somebody submits a large solar project, we wouldn't require any sort of technical review. But if somebody wants to submit like a biogas project, they would.
What is the upper limit under REAP?
The what?
The upper limit as far as how much, how large can they? I imagine probably be on the guaranteed loan side.
Oh, on the guaranteed loan side, yeah, 25 million is the cap.
And another online response here. What resources are available to help small businesses navigate the grant application process?
Is that for you?
I think that is for me, and that's another great question. We've been working also with the Department of Commerce has funding in their state competitiveness fund. I always have to concentrate on saying that. Is a really hard word for me to say, because they've addressed that also with federal grants as well, that there is a large amount of technical assistance available. And again, since we are so early in the process, we haven't developed those. I think we'll take that back as a comment, as a potential item for us to look at as far as both getting projects up and ready, but also how do we provide that technical support to especially the smaller businesses that don't have people on staff that are doing sustainability work or doing their energy efficiency. And we've had those discussions across the climate subcaptain as well, with the Department of Employment and Economic Development, Department of Commerce, the Iron Range Rehabilitation Board, their department. I was reminding myself their department, but other entities, to make sure that we are looking for the opportunities and the other groups that we can provide that support to, both to take advantage of federal funds, but also these state funding opportunities as well.
And I think I'll address it just a little bit as well, because we have this technical assistance grant that we worked with. We've got two primary recipients that have been actively working in Minnesota, and that's clean energy resource teams through the U of M, and it's like Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, Energy Smart, but it's under Minnesota Wastewise. So, but they've been very good about providing small businesses. They've been really focusing on the small projects, Main Street. I know Frank had talked about like this refrigeration grant. So talking about, meat lockers, small town grocery stores. Those are the projects I personally, I think are great, because you can, everybody needs that grocery store and everybody benefits from it really well. And, they're always like 25-year-old refrigeration units that we're replacing that are just no brainers, but we're able to assist them keep that grocery store in town. Everybody thinks it's a new store, almost a new revamp, and all they did was like replace lighting and like the doors of the cooler. So anyway, so they're able to help with that. So I would reach out with them. I have their contact information as well. They've been great partners. CERTs we've worked with forever too, not forever, but like, as long as they've been in existence, and they've been really valuable both to help out.
And we have one more in-house question. We'll have to call that quits for our last question here. And again, we'll have some networking time here. So if you've got more questions in person, you'll be able to catch both of these gentlemen here during the breaks, and their contact information should be available. But yes, go ahead, Jay.
Well, thank you. I'm Bob Albertson. I'm president of Albertson Energy. We're a Minnesota company. We have developed a substitute for lithium batteries. All dangerous lithium batteries are, blowing up fires and everything. This is the substitute. This will make a battery for electric car would have be 1/4 the cost, twice the energy. And I'm asking, we have the development, we got the processing going right now. We can set up a factory right here in Minnesota and make this product to supply the battery companies so they can substitute the lithium for our hemp carbon. So I'm asking you, how can you help our company? We're just getting started in financing. We need financial help. How can you help us?
Yeah, I'll take that and just say that I would recommend talking to Department of Employment and Economic Development. They may be able to help with some of that work more specifically about the business development and the opportunities to build clean technology in Minnesota. as an opportunity, that would be the place that I would start, as far as, because then they'll be able to help you identify what are some of the needs that you're going to be facing, as far as where will you have adequate electricity to be able to find, and what are the kinds of opportunities for you. So I would start with the Department of Employment and Economic Development. Some of their business development people may be able to help you.
Yeah, and I would agree, because the Department of Business Development contacts us and says, hey, what do you guys think about this project? So it kind of funnels through them and into us as a kind of like a bank, you know. So, hey, what can you guys do? I guess I do the same thing, you know, because they're the technical assistance part. We're kind of on the back end.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your questions. Thank you, Ron and Frank, for your presentations and your information here. We certainly appreciate that. And again, hopefully they'll be able to stick around for a little while if you have more questions that you want to ask during the upcoming networking time. And now is time also for a little bit of interactivity. Again, another Slido poll that we have up there. What additional incentives or grants do you believe would be helpful to your work? So this is something that can certainly just type in your own input and provide some direction there and some thoughts on what types of assistance might be needed or would be helpful in the future. And no, Michael Sparby's checking account number doesn't count. It won't help. I have to grab my glasses if I'm going to read that. Food waste to energy, clearinghouse for all available grants or incentives. Now they're rolling in. So Nan, will these also be available for folks to see? Yes. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you for your input. Thank you for your thoughts on those, and those will certainly be again available for you to review. And thank you for providing those thoughts. At this point, we are going to turn our spotlight. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll let you go have a chair, and thanks for your presentation. Now, one of the things that is kind of first in line, first in order for an MC is to meet the folks that are hopefully coming up to talk and make sure that you get the names and their pronunciations correct. And I did not have a chance to do this. And of course, they threw me a little bit of a curveball, but as a broadcaster here, I'm going to give it my best shot here. So we're going to turn our spotlight right now to the Minnesota Technology Assistance Program. It's my pleasure to introduce Ashwin Nambudiripad. Did I get close? Okay. He's associate engineer with MnTap. He joined in the summer of 2024 after obtaining his undergraduate degree in bioproducts and biosystems engineering at the University of Minnesota. And before joining MnTap, Ashwin completed a co-op at a paper coating solution company on the research and development team, along with an internship researching microplastics. He enjoys using his engineering and computer science background to find sustainable, cost-effective solutions for Minnesota businesses. So please welcome Ashwin.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Ashwin Nambudiripad, and I am an associate engineer at MnTap. And I am really happy today to have a chance to share with you all the MnTap Spotlight. MnTap stands for the Minnesota Technical Assistance Program, and our main goal is to strengthen Minnesota businesses by improving efficiency while saving money through energy, water, and waste prevention. And we are part of the University of Minnesota, as you can tell. We are located on the East Bank in the beautiful McNamara Alumni Center, right next to Huntington Bank Stadium. So first, a little background on MnTap. Our work consists of three main cores: one-time technical assistance, the intern program, and special projects. Our primary focus is working with industrial businesses in Minnesota on process efficiency projects. We look at things like energy efficiency, water conservation, fuel savings, hazardous chemical reduction, and waste reduction. And through these savings, we also help businesses to save money by reducing operating costs. So our main core is technical assistance. We are careful to keep all of our no-cost assistance confidential between MnTap and our business clients. A typical site visit is around 2 hours, but that can vary a little bit depending on the facility size. Usually when we first get there, we propose to meet in a conference room and discuss potential opportunities and see what the facility's thinking. And then after that, we'd tour the facility and collect information on equipment and processes. And then we'd go back to our office and conduct literature review and calculations to find savings. And then after that, we write a little report and send it to you. And we'd also schedule a report out meeting to walk you guys through the results and discuss the next steps. The second core at MnTap is our intern program. These can be some of our best projects because the interns are solely dedicated to one project for 40 hours a week for 3 months over the summer, rather than just like a one-time 2-hour technical assistance site visit. Each summer we place about 15 interns, and they're usually science or engineering students, in businesses throughout the state to focus on identifying and implementing a process efficiency project. Project scoping is from September through to February, and since it's December, we are very much in the middle of that right now. Students start at the end of May, and they work at their sites until about middle of August, and at that point they write a final report, and they also present their findings in our symposium, which is, I think, usually at the McNamara Alumni Center. There is a $4,000 cost share for the intern project, but this is the only time that we ever ask for money, and it's mostly just to show that the sites are committed to their interns. If you're interested in our intern program, it's really easy to find. All you got to do is search up MnTap or go to that website, the URL there, and you just click on intern program, business, and how to apply, and it'll tell you how to apply. And once you apply, someone from our team will reach out and schedule a project scoping site visit. And these are some of the interns we had this last summer. This was my first summer at MnTap, so I didn't get to mentor any interns, but I was really impressed by all the work that they did and all the savings that they found for their clients. And yeah. So our third and final core is our special projects. These are grant-funded projects to complete focus work or deeper dives into specific sectors. The first one here is the Municipal Wastewater Energy Efficiency Project. We also have the Industrial PFAS Source Reduction Project, which I'm a part of, and probably the one that's most relevant to the ag industry is the Food Processor Efficiency Project. Thank you, Gal, for listening. If you are interested in a no-cost assessment or our intern program, feel free to reach out to me. My email and phone number are here. But your best bet of contacting me is definitely my email, because I am not always in the office, but I am always on my phone. Hope to meet and connect with some of you later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. And now, yeah, we will be taking a break here. So if you have a few questions for Ashwin, you can certainly use that time to ask those. We often hear that there needs to be more time built in for a little networking and conversation during these events. So we'll be doing that right now. Again, if you have not done so already, feel free to join our Slido poll. You can either click the QR code or use the slido.com, and that's the number that we will be using for today's event. So we actually are going to start off this next section with another one of our Slido polls. And the real tough question here, did you connect with someone new over break? That's one of the key things that happens at these events. I mean, obviously there's a great deal of information shared in the presentations, but also making connections with the people that are here. You just never know exactly where those contacts can lead and what those conversations and relationships could develop into. So that's one of those things that that we really stress at the networking time, is that you do meet with some folks and share some ideas. And it does look like multiple people met new folks. Some did not, but we will have time over lunch to network as well. So I certainly encourage you, if you have some questions of someone that was either one of the presenters or just someone else that's here, feel free to make use of that time. So now we will get on to our next section, which will focus on cogeneration and electrification in ag processing. And to kick off our examination of this topic is Roy Duininck. Mr. Duininck has over 15 years of experience designing electrical systems for commercial and industrial facilities. He also performs load flow, short circuit, arc flush, and system protection coordination studies. He's a licensed professional engineer in Minnesota as well as in 10 other states, earned a degree in engineering from Dordt College in Sioux Center, Iowa. So please welcome Roy Duininck.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you a little bit. I was asked to talk about combined heat and power, and in the 15 minutes or so that we have, we don't have enough time to cover the entire breadth of combined heat and power, but we're going to take a high-level bird's eye view of what CHP is. So what we're going to talk about this morning, we're going to try to answer 4 questions. What is CHP? How does CHP work? Why install CHP? And who should consider CHP? So first of all, what is CHP? Well, traditionally, most facilities require some sort of a heat source and some sort of an electrical source. And the conventional use of these energy sources is 2 separate streams. You have 2 fuel sources coming into your plant. One uses a boiler or furnace to heat up some steam or hot water. And then you have a second fuel stream that drives some sort of a generator for any electrical needs. And the key here with the conventional systems is that both systems are completely isolated from each other and separate. CHP, as the name implies, combines the two systems into one system. So you have one fuel stream coming in, converting the fuel to your 2 energy streams. So you still have your heat and steam coming out as one stream, and then your electrical coming out as a second. And by combining the 2 processes, we can increase some of the efficiencies overall. So how does CHP work? So as I mentioned, there are a lot of different types of CHP processes out there. And to keep things kind of simple today, we're just going to we're going to break it down into 3 major components. You have your prime mover, generation, and your heat recovery. The prime mover is essentially the main part of the CHP that it defines the process. And these are the prime mover is the first step in taking your fuel and converting it into your 2 energy streams. So for some of the examples of different types of prime movers in CHP systems would be a reciprocating engine, like a diesel or a gas generator, a gas turbine. You could have a boiler steam turbine combination. You could have a micro turbine, which is very similar to a gas turbine, just on a small scale. And you can also use fuel cells. Fuel cells is kind of a newer technology that's coming out. The second part of a CHP system is the generation. That's what takes the mechanical energy and turns it into electrical energy for use in the plant. So we're going to have a generator. Generally, that's going to be an AC synchronous generator, but it can also be an induction machine. If your plant has a lot of DC load, say if it was an arc furnace or something like that, you could even put in a DC generator. Once you have your generation, you still need to interconnect that with your plant. And again, we have a couple different options. So you can choose to go with in an island configuration where your on-site generation is completely separate from your utility electrical use and just keep the system separate. You can do a parallel system where you're cogening with the utility, where you put your on-site generation feeds your system from one side, your electric utility feeds your system from the other side, and they work together. It does require a little bit of extra controls with your generation so that your generator doesn't fight with the utility. And then you can have a third system, which is kind of a hybrid between the two, where most of the time you run in a cogen in a parallel situation with the generator or with the utility. But maybe you have some critical loads and the forecast is calling for some storms and you want to make sure that you can maintain electrical power in your plant. You might say, well, okay, during the time where the storm is anticipated, we're going to decouple from the utility and run in an island mode just to get us through, just in case the utility were to go down, we can keep our plant running. And then the final part in the CHP is the heat recovery. So when we're creating our electrical generation from the prime mover, obviously that's not 100% efficient. In fact, it's only about 36% efficient. So there's quite a bit of heat left in the waste stream of the generation side. So the heat recovery system takes that waste stream and runs it through in most cases, it'd be like a heat recovery steam generator if you need processed steam. But it can also just go through heat exchangers for hot water or even just hot air for space heating. The majority of systems in the US are gas turbines. Well, I shouldn't say the majority of CHP systems are actually reciprocating engines, combustion engines, but they don't make up for that much of the electrical power that they produce. Most of the CHP systems that produce real big power is combustion turbines, and so this is a typical flow diagram for a combustion turbine, very simplified, of course, but you got your fuel stream coming in on the left side there, and then it's showing your prime mover in yellow, and in this case we're calling it a combustion turbine. The combustion turbine is taking your fuel and converting that into your mechanical energy, which of course then goes to your generator, and the electrical energy is used up within your facility. The excess heat from the prime mover, as we talked about, is running through, in this case, a HRSG or heat recovery steam generator. And then on the right-hand side, you can see their steam is going out to the plant, and then any condensate comes back to get reheated, turned into steam. And then, of course, you do have some exhaust, but hopefully most of the energy is taken out of the exhaust at this point. So one fuel coming in, one exhaust going out, two streams of energy going into your plant. So some of the common fuels, if you're using a reciprocating or combustion turbine, you're going to see fuels like gasoline, diesel, natural gas, or biogas. If you're using a steam turbine combo with a boiler, you're going to see fuels like natural gas, biogas, coal, any kind of biosolids. You can even go nuclear. The sky's the limit when it comes to whatever you want to fire your boiler with. Here's a couple common types of CHP systems, and kind of comparing a couple of them. So the reciprocating engine, or like a diesel generator, some of the advantages are very fast startup. You can usually get to full load in about 2 minutes. They're relatively inexpensive, and they can follow variable plant loads quite easily. Some of their disadvantages are they're relatively high maintenance. There's a lot of moving parts. And then, as probably know, if you stand next to a diesel generator for any time, it's relatively high air and noise emissions. And you're going to see these on system sizes about 1 kW to 10 megawatts. The gas turbine, which is really kind of the workhorse of CHP systems, are very, very reliable, very low emissions, almost no cooling is needed for them. They can create large amounts of electrical power as well as heat power. Not as fast startup as reciprocating engines, but still relatively fast, in order of 20 minutes or more. You can spin up typically a natural gas turbine and get it up to full load. It does require a fairly high reliable source of fuel, high pressure gas usually. They're not as efficient if they're loaded very low. So if you have a process, or if your electrical load varies quite a bit, they don't follow that as quite as well. They work really well at their rated load for extended periods of time. And then also their output is on a combustion turbine is very dependent on ambient temperature. So in places like Minnesota here, where we have warm summers and cold winters, you often have to derate the gas turbines pretty substantially in the summertime, just because you need the temperature differential from the input to the exhaust. You're going to see these in system sizes about 500 kW to 300 megawatts, so they can get pretty large. And then finally, we have a steam turbine, which is usually a boiler and steam feeding a turbine of some sort, steam turbine. These are tried and true. They've been around forever. They're long working life, high reliability. Their boilers can be fired by many different fuel sources. The downside is they do require a boiler. Boilers can be a little bit complicated to operate if you don't have a boiler. You typically need people with boiler licenses to operate the boilers. And then they're very slow to start up, so they don't follow loads very well. It oftentimes takes hours to get a boiler heated up and the steam turbine moving, but they can produce a lot of power. 50 kW and up to multiple hundreds of megawatts of power can be produced with steam turbines. A couple other types of CHP that aren't quite as common yet, microturbine, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But they're smaller turbines, compact and lightweight, very low emissions. They're very similar to a combustion turbine, just on a real small scale. They have unfortunately, they have a high relative capital cost. And their system sizes are usually limited to about 30 kW to 250 kW. And then another technology that's emerging is fuel cells. So if you had a fuel cell running on hydrogen, they obviously have very low emissions. They're very quiet and they can be modular. But again, based on, if you compare it to the amount of energy you're getting out of it, it's relatively high capital cost. And fuel cells are also very sensitive to fuel impurities, so you have to make sure you have a good steady stream of your fuel source. And these systems are typically about 5 kW to 2 megawatts. So why would you want to install CHP? Number one is to increase efficiency. As we talked about before, when you have conventional sources or two energy streams that are completely isolated from each other, converting the fuel to steam or to heat energy can be up to about 75 to 80% efficient, which isn't bad. But when you compare that to the efficiency of generating electrical power, which is typically around 36%, the combined efficiency of the two streams is about 50 to 55%. If you combine both of those streams into one unit, into a CHP unit, you can achieve its total overall system efficiencies of about 65 to 85%. So there is substantial efficiency improvements there. Another reason why you'd want to consider CHP is just electrical independence. There's a lot of talk right now on the status of our grid, our infrastructure, especially in rural areas, is aging. And there's a lot of work being done to update it and to get it up to where it needs to be in today's world. But it is somewhat aging. MISO, mid-continent interconnection operators, they operate the grid in Minnesota and the rest of all the states around us. They came out with a study in early this year, I think it was February of 2024, where they were talking about some of the issues that they're seeing with the grid. And one of the issues they brought up is generation. We're a little light on generation right now. Currently, they're adding a lot of generation, so the connected generation to the grid is actually increasing, but the accredited generation is decreasing. And this is due to the fact that most of the generation that's being added right now is in wind and solar. And unfortunately, because wind and solar are very dependent on when the sun's shining and when the wind is blowing, those sources can't be accredited. They can't be relied on to operate 100% rated whenever they're called. So the actual reduction in accredited generation. Also, we have increasing electrical loads with more people driving electric vehicles. We're seeing new technologies with such as AI requiring large data centers. We're seeing data centers of hundreds of thousands of megawatts coming online. We're also seeing electrification of boilers within process facilities. So we have a little bit of a stressed electrical grid right now. And then if you take that into consideration, especially in the rural areas, summer times or even winter times, you start getting storms. So you couple a storm with a stressed grid, there's possibility of utility electric outages. So CHP can help you roll through any interrupts in your electric utilities. And then, of course, you couple the efficiencies and the electric independence, and you have some economic advantages to put CHP in. So with your increase in efficiency, you're going to burn less fuel, 10 to 15% less fuel. That's a real direct savings in your energy cost. You're going to reduce your potential downtime in your facility. So if the utility has a blackout in your area, but you're able to keep running, especially in the wintertime, maybe you can keep your process flowing. Maybe you don't have enough power on site to run at 100% capacity, but maybe you can slow down, keep your pumps moving, at least your process doesn't freeze up and cause a lot of downtime. And then with on-site generation, you can decrease the demand that the electrical utility will charges you. So your demand is what the utility is requiring you to pay based on your maximum consumption at any given time. If you have on-site generation, you can reduce your demand. The utility sees less of a demand on their system. And you can also engage in some of the utilities' peak shaving programs. So if the utility is running during a time where they have high demand, they might be able to call you up and ask, hey, can you run on your generator a little bit heavier and reduce some of their load? There's some financial incentives for plant operators to do that as well. So who should consider CHP? There's a lot of common applications, a lot of facilities. Understanding this group is pretty heavy in the agricultural. So here's some examples of some ag facilities that use CHP that we've seen. So ethanol plants are really good candidates because they do have a lot of boilers and they do use a lot of electrical loads. Beet sugar processing, we do work with a couple plants and they also have CHP. Soybean crush and refining facilities are also good candidates. You're going to see CHP in commercial buildings, municipal heating districts, multiple building campuses like churches and schools where you have multiple large buildings. You can gain some efficiencies by having central heat and power installed for those shared between those buildings. And then we're also seeing maybe not so much now, but hopefully in the future, some residential, and we'll talk about that in a little bit with these microturbines, but you could use CHP for domestic hot water or space heating. And that brings us to these microturbines, which is a relatively new technology, relatively new meaning in the past 10 years or so. Usually, and you can see at the bottom there's a really small real simplified flow diagram of how they work. They're very, very similar to a traditional gas turbine. You got a compressor, a combustor, a turbine that creates your generator, your electrical generation for your home. And then you have a recuperator, they call it, to create heat. And that's usually used for space heating, or a lot of times it's for domestic water. And you can even store some of the water or the heat in big water tanks in your home. Currently, the capital costs are relatively high for microturbines, so we're not seeing them a lot right now, but we're hoping that we'll keep an eye on it over time. The technologies will increase, and hopefully we'll see more of these. One thing that we're seeing these as an option would be on farms where you have dairy operations or hog confinements, where you have potentially digesters, because a lot of these microturbines can run on, you know, on a wide range of fuels, including a lot of waste gases. As I mentioned, you know, there is a lot with CHP, and we can't cover them all today. So I understand you're going to have access to these slides. So we threw in our references that we used to put some of these slides together. We found that they're very useful, and we thought we'll share them with you. Maybe you can find them useful as well as you're looking at, you know, potential CHP systems in your facilities. So with that, I'm going to thank you and turn it back over.
Awesome. Thank you, Roy. And he will be available, obviously, to answer questions when we get to that time. But first, we have our next presenter this morning is Bill Schafer, CEO of Energy Integration. He says he's been obsessed with energy since he graduated from the Colorado School of Mines in 1979. Bill's work in the coal industry included engineering and management positions with CF&I Steel, MK, Total, Arco, and NextGen Resources. He also headed fuels and performance engineering for IES Utilities and energy marketing for Vital Gas and Electric before entering renewables as founder of Range Fuels. And Bill formed Energy Integration, Inc. in 2015 to pursue applications of heat pump technologies for industrial processes. So please welcome Bill Schafer.
I'm going to start a timer here too, so I try and be a little bit disciplined in this. So thank you for the opportunity to present today and tell you a little bit about Energy Integration Inc. If you were at the Renewable Fuels Association membership meeting a couple months ago, then some of this is going to look pretty familiar, but so I cheat a little bit, okay? But a lot's happened since then too. I mean, we've had an election. I think for me, I'm very much reminded of the opening of The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. Those of you that are familiar with that, so the two cities being London and Paris is the French Revolution. I'll real quickly quote that. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of foolishness. It was this epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. And it was the winter of despair. So I don't know how anybody views that, but I think there's plenty, given our situation today, there's a lot of folks of all stripes that could probably relate to that. I think what we recently heard in South Korea, what's going on over there, as well as France, other countries. There's a lot going on in the world today, and the energy transition and the need to be able to respond to the challenges posed by climate change are a major part of, I think, some of the challenges that all these countries and all these political systems are going through. I'm going to spend just a second to tell you a little bit about the evolution of MVR. I was luckily sitting at the table here with Herman from GEA, and GEA was one of the real leaders in revolutionizing the applications of mechanical vapor recompression. In about 1987, they teamed up with Pillar compressors and blowers out of Moringen, Germany, and found a way to apply blowers rather than centrifugal compressors and turbo compressors to mechanical vapor recompression, which was a major step because it reduced the cost, it increased the reliability, it did a lot of great things. Since then, GEA has had, and I'm not doing an advertisement for GEA here, but they probably have done more MVR than any other company in the world around pharmaceuticals, wastewater treatment, brewing, food processing. The next step was a group out of Seoul, South Korea. The CEO, Joo-Sun Lee, they've done hundreds of MVR installations and commercial installations. They're called Sunteco. They're now fully owned by Pillar blowers and compressors. But they revolutionized the industry because they pioneered serial blowers, putting many of these in a row. The only reason that works is because they're so darn reliable. So they put sometimes 8 or 10 of these in a series. And I would humbly say that we think the next stage of the evolution is what we've pioneered in Hungary, actually, with an ICM Fagan plant, which is a network of MVR. So it's an integrated, what I call an integrated MVR backbone that is tied into plants that already have a certain degree of heat integration. So we better jump in or I'm not going to get through this. So I'm going to claim that our MVR is one of the best CI lowering technologies available to ethanol plants. The three I would point to are MVR, anaerobic digestion. Oh, I hope this isn't doing this automatically. Anaerobic digestion and carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We say we can do about 6 to 13 point CI reduction. Oh, it is doing it automatically. This happened to me. I did this on a Mac, you know, and it goes to Windows and somehow there's a box that's checked. So I'm going to have to fight it now. We'll go. So why should you care about our technology? Well, the benefits are decarbonization, a 6 to 13 point reduction in carbon intensity, electrification, because we're changing from thermal to electrical energy, and with the greening of the grid and the lower average power pricing, this is a big advantage. And finally, the energy savings. On average of about a 50% reduction in total plant energy, could be up to 85% average reduction in distillation, dehydration, and evaporation energy. And we've, in our best cases, we're looking at up 14,000 plus BTUs per gallon thermal energy reduction with a COP of as much as 7.5. So why our MVR? It's the most efficient design, proven optimization, and the highest COP, coefficient of performance, lowest project cost, no new process equipment. Oh, here we go. Wrong button. And the most reliable. We have 4 years of continuous operating data for our 2 systems in Hungary. Finally, fastest with a easiest startup and shutdown, and it's reversible, which means that it's fully redundant with the existing systems, and the greatest carbon intensity improvement, especially carbon intensity improvement per dollar spent. So we have a 4-year record of efficient, reliable operations at the Duininck biorefinery, about an hour south of Budapest, Europe's largest biorefinery. It's a 75 million gallon per year ICM Fagan and a 75 million gallon per year McGann system. And we were fortunate enough to, in 2021, won the ICAME Global Energy Award, ourselves with Pannonia Bio and Pillar, for decarbonizing biorefineries to produce greener bioethanol. Proud to say we were in the finals with 2 finalists from Saudi Aramco and 1 from Johnson Matthey. So we're pretty proud of that. This is a picture of Ametis announced that in their 8K on August 1st that they got $10.5 million from the Department of Energy for an MVR that we're licensing the design for. And then here's Skyven is saying that they got $145 million from the Department of Energy for MVR applications to decarbonize industrial steam. And the USDA gave a $1 million grant to Granite Falls Energy here in Minnesota. That's one of our projects. So we've developed a patent portfolio. We've been awarded 10 patents in the US, and we have patents in the EU, China, Canada, South Africa. We have pending in India and Brazil. So we have tried to cover a lot of the different aspects of this, the network design and control, reversibility, applications in petro and biochem, network design and optimization, and dryers and CO2 processing. How am I doing? Oh, I'm doing pretty good. So the options then is we will license to basically any engineering firm or project that is interested in going down this track. So we don't have a trailing royalty. It's a one-time upfront. We think we can justify as a very reasonable license fee. No trailing royalties. We'll do it either on a project or a site license basis. Otherwise, you can risk patent infringement, and there's folks who've advocated that you can get a freedom to operate. But of course, freedom to operate is a freedom for a legal firm to give you an opinion and then go in and fight for you, all of which costs a lot of money. So my advice is require indemnification by anybody who claims that their design doesn't infringe, and don't be left holding the bag. So from interested to operating, project execution, begin with the preliminary design, which is where we usually begin. Detailed design engineering should be by a fully staffed engineering firm like Gaia or ICM or FluidQuip or any of a number of folks that can do that. Equipment orders and service agreements, of course, in support of it. And finally, the construction and installation of the system, followed by commissioning and then unrestricted operations. Now, project funding, there's obviously a plant can go direct with a 20 to 30% equity, which can be bank collateralized or agency guaranteed debt by the Department of Energy or USDA, two highly recommended paths, or third party. Third party EAAS is energy as a service. And there are a number of firms. Skyven is one of them. R3 Sustainability is another that fund, design, build, own, and maintain. Now, their trick is they can, because it's redundant and it can be owned arm's length by a special purpose entity and be kept possibly off your balance sheet and out of your debt equity ratio. Infrastructure investors have a high level of interest in this area. These are folks that normally do things like toll roads and bridges and water treatment systems. So they're looking for sort of low risk investment opportunities, and they probably have a lower threshold, lower hurdle for return on investment and payback. So that can be an advantage for folks that want to go down that track. Finally, there's tax credit monetization. Sometimes these third-party folks can monetize tax credits more easily than perhaps the plant owner. So how am I doing? Not bad. Okay, so finally, our technology is built around electrification, energy efficiency, and decarbonization, and provides a practical, proven means for electrifying biorefineries and reducing their carbon intensity.
And as with the previous speakers, if I can have you pick up your microphone and flip the switch on, it'll take just a second for that to pop up, but we've been assured that they are definitely on. So did actually have a couple questions come in already. And the first, Bill, these are directed to yours. Why isn't this type of technology being widely implemented thus far? And what are some of the obstacles that are keeping that from happening?
Sure, that's an excellent question. It hasn't been implemented widely, I believe, for two reasons. The first reason, most practical and easiest reason to understand, is just that there just hasn't been an economic payback for reducing carbon intensity in the past. You may be driven to try and improve your environmental track record by your investors through ESG. Or there may be actually a means to monetize lowering carbon intensity if you were sending production to California, their low carbon fuel standard, or Washington or Oregon now, or there's Canada has its own clean fuel standard. So all of those are means of monetizing, but the IRA and 45Z, 45Q, and SAF in particular are all sort of big incentives now for producers to who are structuring themselves for future markets to find a way of lowering carbon intensity. The second, that was a long-winded first. The second is that thermodynamics is just tough stuff. It's non-intuitive. What we do, we have a lot of thermodynamics was very tough. I'm a licensed PE too, and thermodynamics was one of the toughest courses I took in my undergraduate work. And I can tell you that there are many, many engineers who don't understand what we do and why it works, and how it works, which isn't to say we're so dang smart. It's just that thermo is tough. I was telling Luca that I have I have a quote I've included in a lot of my presentations from Luca about the difficulty you have in getting folks to understand how this works and why it works. It seems a little incredible when you start looking at the amount of energy efficiency improvement that you can attain. And I've had a guy who runs several plants who was in his cups one night at the National Air and Space Museum in DC at a growth energy conference, who kind of just sort of got in my face and said, if we could really do what we say we could do, half the plants in the US would already be doing it. I said, well, we know we can do what we say we can do because we've got the data to back it up. You know, it's not as Edward Deming said, in God we trust, everybody else brings data. We've got data. We've got a track record. We can do this. But right now, there's so much political uncertainty with folks not understanding what the rules are that they're going to be playing under over the next 4, 8, 12 years, 20 years, that there's a reluctance to invest. So we've got, like I said, 21 companies in the pipeline, but a lot of those folks who have applications in and they're looking for folks like the folks from the USDA and the DOE who are willing to sort of financially get behind efforts to reduce carbon intensity to help them balance some of that risk.
Thank you. And as always, Michael is here with the microphone. If you have questions in the house, we'll be certainly flag him down, get his attention, and you'll have the opportunity to ask that. We do have some coming in from online. This one for you, Roy. And I trust that you will know these acronyms because I don't at this point. But how do the heat rates, BTUs per kilowatt hour of rice, CT, and ST compare? Well,
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we love CHP because CHP was actually our very first patent was a combination of CHP with MBR, because we can save this much gas and then you can take a portion of the gas we save and run the CHP. And our experience has been that the ICEs are our preferred way to go. They're just much more flexible because they tend to be in quantums of 1.5 to 2 megawatts usually. So you can take one offline for maintenance. They're lower cost put going in, and their efficiency for BTUs to electricity is higher than either CTs or STs. It's just the nature of the thermodynamics of those processes. The trick with them is that the steam production or the heat recovery is at a much lower pressure and temperature than coming off a CT or a steam turbine. So that's also a good fit for us because we can raise the pressure and temperature to whatever's necessary to put it back into the processes. So I come out of the power generation business, so heat rates, we lived and died by heat rates. How many BTUs per kilowatt hour did it take to get that power out on the grid? The tough part from my view on CHP has been that as all the wind power has come on, anybody who's driven across Iowa has really seen that firsthand, as well as solar, then the grid has greened. It's the baseline for the grid has come down. It's much greener and lower carbon intensity than it used to be. So the advantages of CHP have been impacted negatively because you just don't have as big an advantage that you used to when it was primarily coal.
Excuse me, another one for you, Bill. I guess the cost benefit and how many years to pay back?
Okay, so Pannonia Bio, we put 2 systems in Pannonia Bio, and they publicly announced when we won the award that those 2 systems cost 11.9 million euros. I think that was a fantastic price for 2 systems. In the US, I usually say it's $10 to $20 million. It's one of the things that's unique about MBR is that it has huge economies of scale. We did an MVR system design for a plant that moved, I think, 118,000 cubic meters per hour of mass of ethanol vapors through the MVR system. And we did on the same plant one for 28,000 cubic meters per hour. And for 30% more money, we were able to move 370% more mass flow, which is directly correlatable. So, but going back, payback, we always target under 3 years payback and ideally triple-digit returns, and that's on an equity basis. So if you gear it and you're able to go 70 or 80% USDA loan, payback could be less than a year. But I'll tell you, as everybody probably is well aware, coming out of the pandemic, I mean, with the change, especially on electrical equipment, motors, transformers, switchgear, boy, the price escalation on those has really been something. So we still think that those numbers I gave you are reasonable, but hopefully it'll rationalize. I think it has somewhat, but it has farther to go.
Anyone in-house? Otherwise, we do have, I keep buzzing over here, so the questions keep coming in from our online virtual attendees. Are you concerned that economic payback incentives for reducing carbon intensity will decrease with the incoming administration?
Yes.
I think Roy doesn't want to touch that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hardest part is just the uncertainty. You know, things get said and some things never happen, or they happen very differently. But I think in business, you know, what we all want more than anything is a defined set of rules to play under, so that we know if we make an investment, you know, that the sort of assumptions we made in making that investment are still valid. If you make the investment and then the whole rules of the game change a year in, or 2 years, or 3 years, you know, we have enough risk already just with the volatility in corn prices and ethanol prices and DDGS and WDGS prices. But we don't need that kind of risk on these kinds of investments. But people are taking it. I mean, because a lot of people see low CI ethanol as super important in the future markets. And SAF, there's just really, at this point, there's really no other option.
And then one more, I believe that came in for you, maintenance requirements with a system like that.
They're really low. These things, I call them stone axes, because they're slower rotating, they're welded rotors, they're fairly resistant to condensation in the inlet, which used to be the Achilles heel of centrifugal compressors. The rotors or the impellers would just get eaten up if you had any condensation in the inlet. These things are, they're cheaper, they're more reliable, they take more space. If there's one thing you can point to, but there are some good solutions for that as well. So, you know, if you can go in and sort of gold plate with service contracts and things like that, have somebody come in and just look things over and make sure everything's working. But historically, they've been very low. They have some applications in dairies and things that have had the same impeller for 30 years.
And we do have a question in here in the office.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Graeme Miller. I'm with the Onsite Energy Technical Assistance Partnership. This is a cogen question. What have your recent experiences been in system cost premiums between like an induction unit versus a synchronous that has black start and islanding capabilities? Like, what is the premium on that resiliency price?
Not 100% sure if I'm following. So what's the cost difference, or what are your?
If you wanted to take a cogen system and gold plate it for resiliency, so you move from an induction unit to synchronous, and then you add black start capability and islanding capability with the automatic switchgear transfer. Like, in your experience, what is that price premium?
Yes, that's a good question. I don't have price numbers right off the top of my head.
As a percentage.
Would you say double for sure?
Yeah, well, the thing with ICEs is that that's what the people use for black start. I mean, out in Colorado, between Golden and Boulder, there's a huge installation that Xcel Energy has of a whole bunch of big ICE units, and that is the black start system for that entire grid system that Xcel oversees.
This would specifically be for combustion turbines.
For the turbines.
Yeah.
So you're going from an induction generator to a synchronous generator. What's the cost?
And one that can island and you know, black start when the grid is offline.
Right, right. Yeah, I'd love to connect with you afterwards. Maybe we can come up with, find those numbers, because I have worked on a project in the past where we had both. In one project, we had a induction generator and a synchronous generator. And I believe the synchronous side was roughly double of what the induction side was, but that was small scale too, so.
I'd offer that I have a clear bias toward the ICEs. I fully admit that, and a big part of that is that ICEs make a lot of steam, and we're in the steam reduction business. And as was pointed out earlier, if you try and throttle back a turbine, then your efficiency just goes to hell. I mean, you're looking at going down in the 20s somewhere, and you make and you still don't even bring down the steam that much. So it's not a great fit with us. We much prefer ICEs.
And I agree. A combustion turbine is much better if you can run it at 100% rating all the time.
I have another quite, you just brought up I'm interested in, so your application with recips, what are you doing with the jacket water or like the low temp and high temp hot water? Because the exhaust is going to make steam, but how are you using those other heat sinks?
There's several ways to go there. The typical standard way is you put a HRSG on the end of it, and then you duct fire that and take it up to whatever you want. That's not necessarily a great way to go. There's a Canadian plant I'm aware of that has a bunch of ICEs tied in with an MVR system. And when the engineering firm wanted to go in and put a HRSG, they said, nope, no, we got this. And they just took that low pressure, low temperature steam, upgraded it to where they wanted it. I bet they probably put it in the cook is what I would imagine, because that can be fairly low pressure. But that's what you do. You either put a HRSG or you upgrade it.
Another question has come in. What's the major constraint for ethanol/processors to implement CHP?
No, that's totally fine. I'd say the major constraint is just capital costs at this point, especially with an ethanol process, and the ethanol process probably better than anybody else here around here. But the ethanol plants require a lot of steam, and they use it at different pressures and temperatures, like you said, for cook and distillation. So any kind of steam that you can regenerate with CHP can be used in an ethanol plant somewhere. So I would probably say capital costs at this point would be the biggest limiter at this point. And I was actually briefly, I worked for Fagan right out of school for about a year, 15 years ago. So we were involved in some of the original ethanol plant production around here. And I think at the time when ethanol plants were being built back in 2007, 2008, they were just getting put online as fast as they possibly could. And some of those extra things like CHP, that's considered an adder, and that wasn't considered at the time. It was just, let's get the production out there. And now I think is the time these ethanol plants are going to start looking at what can they do to get the competitive advantage, and CHP probably is going to play into that.
Excellent. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Mike, I'll bring the microphone by.
Yeah, Bob Albertson again. I was going to mention, some time ago, I was working with some of the coal companies in Wyoming, I have a process to where you could clean coal electrostatically, take the carbon, so you have pure carbon to burn in a power plant. We take the sulfur out, I could take gold out, I could take platinum out, all the precious metals, electric statically, no chemicals, no pollution of water. I have the process. You might be interested.
Thank you. And I'm assuming these gentlemen will be around over lunch, if not longer, if you have additional questions that come up along the way. And appreciate your insights and your responses and your presentations here. So I'll let you off the hot seat for a moment and go back to your spots, and we will continue with our presentations. But thank you for your insights this morning. All right, so now it's again an opportunity to provide a little of your own feedback through the Slido poll. I'm looking for some of the one-word takeaways from this session. What are some things that struck you about these presentations? I know for myself, I always learn how little I know about things when people who know a lot about topics are up there and talking. My ignorance shows through. So big. And that was not my response, big words, but that would have probably been something I would have said. Efficiency. That's certainly something that was heard here, and I think that's what a lot of this whole topic that we're discussing today is about efficiency, opportunity, efficiency, cost, opportunities. Yeah, some confusion. Acronyms. That's an interesting thing because every industry has its jargon. There's no question about that. As I may have mentioned, in a former life, I was a communications director for the Minnesota Soybean Growers Association. And on my first day on the job, I was handed 4 pages of acronyms because again, each industry kind of has its own language that they're speaking. And if that's not an industry that you travel in, it can go a little bit over your head, but very interesting. And again, I'm sure, both our presenters will be around, Bill and Roy, to be able to chat with over lunch. And so we certainly appreciate that, their information. And we'll actually now we'll ask you to turn your attention to the screen. Again, we are going to have a brief video spotlight from Grid Catalyst. Grid Catalyst was founded in 2021 by Nina Axelson, an industry leader with nearly 20 years of experience in energy and sustainability. Her background, she will leverage her background in business development, corporate social responsibility, and renewable energy deployment to lead the Grid Catalyst cohort. Prior to developing Grid Catalyst, Nina was the Vice President of Sustainability for Evergreen Energy. She previously served on the board of the International District Energy Association, where she led the development of the Industries Association for the Advancement and Empowerment of Women in this field. So please turn your attention to the screen.
Good morning to the Minnesota Renewable Energy Roundtable. I'm Nina Axelson. I'm the president of Grid Catalyst. Thank you to AURI for having me here today to talk with all of you, even though it's virtual and recorded, about opportunities for energy startups and emerging tech collaboration. Grid Catalyst was launched in 2021 based on the opportunities we saw to bring more innovation and business development into Minnesota by providing opportunities for late-stage startups to pilot their technology here. As we've grown, we've tried to work across a little bit wider range of entrepreneurial experiences and bring in more partners to build a stronger innovation ecosystem for Minnesota in the Midwest. A big component of that is our partnership within the Minnesota Energy Alley Initiative, which was launched in 2023 and is a partnership between Grid Catalyst, the Minnesota Department of Commerce, and Clean Energy Economy of Minnesota. We're working together to make sure that we not only build entrepreneurship and startup opportunities, but that we really think about regional growth, economic development, and the transition of our energy system, all within one umbrella here. So lots of opportunities within this program, but in particular, it provides seed funding to what we call our demonstration program and to our other entrepreneurial education efforts. So when we think about this across a continuum, any of you who have worked in innovation know this is a very oversimplified process chart. But on the earlier stage of things, entrepreneurs are developing business plans and value propositions and pitching and looking for investment. We have a new program called the Power North Incubator. Applications actually closed December 6th, this Friday, for that program, which will run January to March of 2025. And that's for earlier stage companies to get assistance. The demonstration cohort program is for those who already have a prototype and really need a pilot or a demonstration for that proof of concept. My tech does what I say it does for early adoption and then into deployment and scale. So the demonstration program, we're really there to provide funding and support across every step of the way. We match the startups with really amazing Minnesota partners I'll talk about here in a moment. And then we work toward implementing a demonstration of their technology and innovation. This is a snapshot of those partners. A few might be missing from the list, but these are the early adopters, folks who have stood up and said, we really want to be part of supporting energy innovators and this emerging technology. And so we match our startups with these folks for pilot opportunities. If you're interested, we're looking for new partners for the 2026 cycle, and you can reach out to our team to talk about participating and becoming a member of this network. To give you a glimpse of the technologies, this is our 2025 finalists and our 2024 cohort. So you can see here that we're working across a real wide range of technologies, from electrostatic motors to ammonia-powered engines to hydrogen electrolysis to solar thermal and battery storage. So anything that is really energy or energy adjacent is welcome into that demonstration program. And we will open up applications for the 2026 cycle in late May or early June of 2025. So go to our website and make sure you're tracking that opportunity. The near-term one I mentioned is the Power North Virtual Incubator. So this is really, again, working with earlier stage folks to make sure your MVP development, your prototyping, your value proposition, your pitch, your investor readiness is on track so that you have a big year in 2025 with our support. This is made possible through Launch Minnesota and the Department of Employment and Economic Development. And we're really lucky to have a lot of partners supporting this program as well. Applications are due this Friday, December 6th. If you are working in energy, of course, you would be welcome to participate, but we're a little broader in this program where climate, sustainability are also welcome topics. And you could be working in social or business or financing innovation in addition to hard tech or software opportunities. So again, the applications close this Friday and the program will run first quarter of next year with a spring showcase date to be determined. So there is a lot going on, and I had 5 minutes to really introduce you to us and some of the programming. If you're not automatically thinking, hey, I'm a startup or an early adopter, where is there an opportunity for me? Again, this is an opportunity for us to build an innovation ecosystem together. So another reason I'm so grateful for AURI for their partnership. They've been with us from the very beginning, looking at ways to move emerging tech to the marketplace. So please don't hesitate to reach out and see how we can build a better partnership together. Thank you for your time today. Looking forward to collaborating with many of you in the future.
All right, well, it's time to get on to our next topic, which is looking at examining the electrification of process heat. And for that, we're going to start this afternoon's program off with Graeme Miller. He serves as the Assistant Director to the U.S. Department of Energy's Midwest Combined Heat and Power Technical Assistance Partnership at the Energy Resources Center at the University of Illinois at Chicago. That's where he leads technical assistance and stakeholder engagement activities. Mr. Miller focuses on identifying, quantifying, and addressing barriers to clean distributed generation technologies such as combined heat and power, waste heat to power, district energy, and energy efficiency installations. Mr. Miller holds a master's degree in urban planning and policy from the University of Chicago, or University of Illinois at Chicago, and a Bachelor of Arts from Grinnell College. So please welcome Graeme Miller.
All right, thank you so much, and it's good to be here at today's summit. So my name is Graeme Miller. I'm the Assistant Director of what is now called the Department of Energy's On-Site Energy Technical Assistance Partnership. And I'm going to be helping to frame this next panel and discussing the Department of Energy's work in decarbonizing thermal energy through on-site energy technologies. Is this a clicker? Yep. Aha. So who we are. The Department of Energy funds regional centers throughout the country. Before this year, we were the Combined Heat and Power Technical Assistance Partnership. This is a program that's existed in one iteration or another since 2002. My home university, University of Illinois, Chicago, was the first center, and now it's expanded nationwide. As of January of this year, the Department of Energy, through hearing from industry, has expanded the purview of our program from combined heat and power to all on-site generation. So we'll be talking about that more, but we have three fundamental tasks. Our bread and butter is to provide no-cost technical assistance to anybody interested in on-site energy technologies. We have a focus on industrial customers and wastewater, but we're happy to provide no-cost assistance to any interested end user. We provide end user education on the benefits of on-site energy for specific industries. And then we work with stakeholders to identify and try to mitigate barriers to on-site energy. And that's largely with the public utility commissions in the Midwest, legislatures, utilities, and other invested stakeholders. So I'll be discussing the challenges and opportunities in decarbonizing thermal energy. I understand the two speakers after me will be talking specifically about electrifying thermal energy, and that's, of course, a portion of what our center looks at, but I'll try to provide a more holistic overview. So today in the United States, and the slides I'm about to present are from the Department of Energy's Industrial Decarbonization Roadmap and the Department of Energy's Industrial Decarbonization Liftoff Report. So today in the United States, thermal energy comprises roughly half of the emissions in the industrial sector, and that is from low-grade to mid-grade to high-temperature heat. This is the type of thermal energy that we're working to decarbonize, the really hard part. As you can see in this chart, electricity is roughly 30%. We generally think that as the grid decarbonizes, that's going to help decarbonize. In the industrial sector, process emissions are their own category. That would be like calcining and making cement, processes that release carbon. But if we can focus on the thermal energy and how to decarbonize the thermal energy, we're going to go a long way in decarbonizing the industrial sector. Why it's so difficult, and I think a lot of folks in this room will be aware of this, is that thermal energy is not simply one thing. It's not hot water, it's not just steam, it's not just hot air. It is a number of different end uses in a bunch of different industries. Even in the same industry, you might be using thermal energy differently, even due to something as mundane as space constraints. So we have to find solutions in almost every single category that we're working with, not just industry-wide or sub-industry-wide, but sometimes facility by facility, because that's how much the solution could change. And this ranges thermal energy from 100 degrees centigrade, from drying, steam for distillation, melting, smelting, and calcining. So it's a bunch of different types of thermal energy at a bunch of ranges, and we need to provide solutions for this. Well, today in the United States, in the industrial sector, 1/3 of process heating is lost. 1/3 of the energy that goes into industrial heat is lost, up a stack, radiated out, not being able to be used productively on site. Well, already that demonstrates a challenge, but also demonstrates a pretty significant opportunity. If we can reduce that, if we can capture that waste heat in some productive form, we can make the industry more efficient, we can save money, we can decarbonize. So really high level, and I'm not going to go in too depth, but the Department of Energy back in 2021, 2022 released a roadmap for decarbonization, and then a year later followed by the Liftoff Report. And these reports looked at how we are going to decarbonize the industrial sector on a really high level. The roadmap started off with 4 pillars, and these are the 4 pillars you see here: energy efficiency, industrial electrification, low carbon feedstocks and energy sources, and carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The Department of Energy's Liftoff Report went even deeper to look at what pillars might be involved or will be involved in decarbonizing the industrial sector. So energy efficiency, electrification, and carbon capture are similar, but the pillars within the low carbon feedstocks include electrolytic hydrogen or green hydrogen, raw material substitution, alternative fuels that are non-hydrogen, clean on-site electricity and storage, and alternative production methodologies. So this next slide demonstrates how the Department of Energy thinks that each of these pillars and then the subsets within the pillars are going to provide industrial sector decarbonization by 2040. It's no surprise that energy efficiency compromises the bulk of the savings in the near term, because these are the easiest technologies that are market ready today that don't need significant amount of R&D, whereas industrial electrification to some extent, low carbon fuels to some extent, and especially carbon capture, utilization, and storage are technologies that require a significant amount of R&D today to be able to be market ready by the 2040s or 2050s. This is a very detailed slide that I'm going to touch on, but since the slides are available, you're more than welcome to, and I encourage you to dig into this after my presentation. But this is a high look at the type of thermal energy, the heat requirement needed by some of the biggest emitters in the industrial sector, from chemicals to glass. And then what share of that sector emission is comprised by that thermal energy requirement. So it's no surprise that iron and steel, the emissions from thermal energy comprise 73% of that entire sector's emissions, right? To create iron and steel, you need a lot of thermal energy, a lot of high temp thermal energy to convert those materials. Under that bar in the middle, you'll see what strategies the Department of Energy thinks best to reduce that, to address the thermal decarbonization. If it's a dark green box, that means that the Department of Energy thinks that technology is available today. So if we look at iron and steel, you'll see electrification. That's largely electric arc furnaces. That technology is available today, although there are a lot of significant barriers. The barriers are those little symbols underneath, signifying a bunch of different barriers that I'm not going to get into. But there is a plan, or there is some overview of a plan to decarbonize the thermal energy. But even market-ready technologies like converting iron and steel to electric arc furnaces require a great deal of capital. There's a lot of barriers involved, and that's technology that exists today. So in this presentation, we're going to be talking about technology that's on the cusp of being market-ready today, and that presents a whole other array of challenges. But anyway, this report goes really in depth in all these subsectors about the complications of decarbonizing thermal energy and the opportunities that exist to do that work. So one of the big challenges that we're faced with as the Onsite Energy Technical Assistance Partnership is that folks want to look at a variety of technologies that they've heard about that are starting to be market ready and market accepted. And one of those technologies, and we're going to be hearing about one of those later today, are thermal batteries and thermal storage. This is a fantastic technology, and we've analyzed a number of sites in the Midwest for thermal storage. And thermal storage can range from the really basic that's already being done today, from hot water storage or cold water storage to supplement your chillers or your boilers in peak periods of air conditioner heating, to what's being developed today. I'm going to just simplify it and call it hot brick storage, where you store thermal energy in like a mass, and then you can draw down that thermal energy to replace, your steam boilers or hot water boilers or whatever direct, thermal energy you have. One of the big barriers today to that type of technology is the operational costs involved. So if we're looking at a thermal battery that's solely powered by electricity, electric resistance, it's not the capital cost to install this equipment that's a big barrier. It's the operational cost, the cost of electricity being converted from electricity into stored thermal energy and then out. So on this graph, you see on the far left, the OpEx and CapEx costs from a thermal energy storage system in, I believe it's dollars per megawatt hour. And then on the far right, you see what the costs need to decrease to be cost competitive with the state with the highest cost of natural gas to the state with the lowest cost of natural gas. And that cost savings has to come from OpEx. Because as you see from the thermal energy storage system on this, the CapEx of this equipment is fairly inexpensive, but it's the operations of it that can be more expensive. And this is a big challenge that we're faced with. How do we decrease that operations cost? How do we work with clients to identify strategies that they can either generate really cheap or perhaps even negatively priced electricity, or capture waste heat from their facility to power a battery such as this to help reduce those operation costs? Because the goal is not only that this can provide decarbonization, but can do so at a cost competitive point. And to do so on this, what this graph is demonstrating is that you have to reduce it to essentially anywhere between $40 an equivalent megawatt hour of natural gas down to $13 equivalent megawatt hour of natural gas. And that's going to require deep savings. So what do we do as the Onsite Energy Technical Assistance Partnership, and how does our role fit into the Department of Energy's decarbonization roadmap? So I've put the pillars, these high-level pillars for decarbonizing the industrial sector up top. That's energy efficiency, industrial electrification, low carbon fuels, feedstocks and energy sources, and carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And I've put the technologies that we are looking at that fall under each category. So energy efficiency, we've already heard about it today, but it's considered, at least we consider it a energy efficient technology. That can be, people can debate that, but that's where we classify it. All of the sites that we've helped this past year, we always look at combined heat and power. It is the most efficient way of using a fuel. You're squeezing every useful BTU out of it. You're generating electricity and then you're capturing as much waste heat from that generation as possible to use productively on a site, whether it's to make steam or hot water, or in some instances to recharge a thermal battery. We're also looking at a lot of waste heat to power. As you saw a couple slides before, there's a lot of wasted energy in the industrial sector, whether or not we can use that in an MVR, or we can use that to generate electricity, or to use that as thermal energy on site. That is a big source that we're looking at when we work with facilities to understand what waste heat they have and then how we can use that productively. I've already discussed thermal storage. Since the Department of Energy has expanded our purview, one of the technologies that we're looking at a lot, and I think we're going to hear more about today, are heat pumps, industrial heat pumps. These are, similar in high-level technology from residential heat pumps, but on a much, much larger scale. So these are starting to be market ready, and we have some companies working, especially in Europe, but some in the United States, to sell this equipment. So pretty much all the large industrials that we're working with want to look at some type of heat pump in order to electrify their thermal energy. We're doing this. This year has not, the results this year are still out. We haven't found any system that has met decent paybacks for companies to purchase on their own. There are some third parties or energy as a service providers that are, I think will have more luck with this now. But it's starting to enter the market, and we feel pretty optimistic in the next handful of years that we're going to see more and more of these industrial heat pumps. No surprise, solar and wind. Solar is incredibly, incredibly cheap, but for large industrials, it provides a drop in the bucket. Battery, electric storage, thermal storage. We're doing a lot of anaerobic digestion, a lot of looking at green hydrogen or other sources of low carbon hydrogen, like natural gas pyrolysis. There's a company out in Nebraska that's been doing this. We're getting requests for how do we purchase this? How do we work with the hydrogen hubs in the Midwest? And then carbon capture and utilization and storage. My university is based in Chicago. People's Gas is the gas utility in Chicago. They have a pilot program for residential and commercial scale carbon capture for boilers, commercial and residential boilers. No surprise, it's quite expensive, but we expect to see more of this technology in the future. So now I want to pivot to discussing what our center provides, the technical resources this Department of Energy program provides to the market. We're similar to MnTap in that we provide no-cost technical assistance to anyone interested, and we will look at on-site generation for that facility. We have a sister program out of the Department of Energy, the Industrial Assessment Center, which some of you might have heard of. It recently got rebranded as the Industrial Training and Assessment Center, that does a full energy audit of a facility to find ways to save energy. Well, we're a similar model, but we only look at on-site generation. So we work with a facility to understand what their goals are, if it's cost savings, if it's greenhouse gas reduction, if it's resiliency, if it's X, Y, or Z. We then tailor our analysis and the technologies we're going to explore to those goals. So if it's cost reduction, we might look at certain technologies. If it's greenhouse gas reduction, we might look at other technologies. If it's all of the above, then we'll look at all of the above to find the best combination of solutions to meet that client's goals. So the primary point of our program, as I see it, is to provide that first touch to industry to help identify what project there might be and what project might work, so that we can pass that customer, that client, off to an engineering firm, a design build firm, something like that, so they can actually take the steps forward to installing a project. And they can be fairly certain, because of our analysis, that the savings will be there when they go to contract with a design engineering firm, or that they can understand that it's not worth spending money on at this moment. There won't be the savings they want to see, so they don't need to waste money on a design engineering study only to walk away months or years later. But we also have, as the Department of Energy expanded our role, we have access to all of the national labs in the United States and their expertise. We have access to a pretty deep bench of experienced engineers. So we also can help sites with specification reviews, finance identification, permitting support, measurement and verification, optimization. We can review any third-party study. The point of our program is to sit on the client side of the table to review, to provide neutral, unbiased, accurate information, either from the studies we do or reviewing anybody else's study. So how to work with your on-site tap? There's no formal application. You need to email me or email somebody else in my center. My contact information will be at the very end of this. We can sign an NDA if you like to, although all of our information is confidential. All of your data is confidential anyway. We'll meet with you remotely to learn about your goals, make a formal data request based on what we think we're going to analyze. You know, if it's going to be batteries, we'll probably need your 15-minute electric interval data. If it's going to be waste heat to power, we're probably going to need your mass flow rates of the different waste heat sources. Depending on what our engineering team wants to look at, the data request will be different. We'll conduct the analysis, we'll review the results with you, and then we'll provide you with the analysis and outline what next steps you can possibly take. So that's just a little bit about our DOE program and how we're trying to help the industry decarbonize thermal energy. So there's a lot of challenges, but we see opportunities, especially in the analysis we've done this year. On-site energy technologies can play a significant role in decarbonization, and our center stands ready to provide all industry with no-cost technical assistance. I wasn't timing myself, so I don't know how I came in. Okay. Anyway, here's my contact information. If you're interested, please give me a call or send me an email. We'd be happy to work with you.
Our next presenter, Francesco Aimone, is co-founder and CEO of Induction Food Systems. He has experience commercializing process heating technology and liquid processing equipment design and engineering, working in applications ranging from chemical processing and maple syrup production to aseptic fluid food production. As IFS CEO, he manages a distributed R&D engineering team, fundraising in the food and beverage and ag tech ecosystem, business development with enterprise and SMB customers, and developing and executing IFS IP strategy. He holds a master's degree from Columbia University, where he researched and published on pandemic influenza. His first experience in equipment engineering was researching energy efficiency in maple syrup evaporators. So please welcome Francesco.
Good to be here. I always love presenting after lunch because we can all settle in for a nice cozy after lunch nap. But I don't want to do that. I want to talk about industrial process heat, which is a topic near and dear to my heart. As the intro said, I've been looking at this space for a long time from a lot of different angles. And I'm here to talk about the technology that my startup, IFS, has developed. Just to make sure that we're continuing this theme that we're talking about process heating being kind of this, I call it the sleeping giant of global emissions, right? When you take the unit operations industrially of looking how we heat fluids, that's, as we were talking about before, distillation, boiling, any liquid that needs heating as part of a production process, if you were to put all those plant unit operations together globally, they would have a carbon footprint the size of Germany. Absolutely huge. It's kind of mind-blowing what these individual unit operations do on a carbon accounting. But from my perspective, that's not really what's going to drive change. What's going to drive change in how we make things will be an untapped opportunity to improve OpEx. And I'm glad, Graeme, that you set the stage of saying, as we electrify our processes to try to make them less carbon intensive and less energy intensive, there's a flip side to that. Electric is still more expensive. And we're solving that to be able to improve OpEx on a yield and productivity basis. That's how we're trying to climb that mountain. We're doing this by working in this field. Kind of the recurring theme that I'm hearing is thermodynamics is hard, which is true. And we're doing it with flowing fluids. So we're fluid dynamics and thermodynamics, and we're a dynamic company working on dynamic problems. How industry basically heats stuff, by stuff I mean flowing fluids, we heat it with a hot wall and a tube. It's a hot wall and a tube or a pipe, And this is a basic version of a heat exchanger. You'll have steam or heated air or hot oil in some cases, and sometimes it's just a big old flame that's on the outside of a tube, and you rely on that tube to put the heat into the flowing fluid in the middle. And as anybody who made a turkey on Thanksgiving knows, if you don't take the turkey out of the fridge in enough time, and it's not all the way nice and defrosted, and you're really trying to rush that process, you wind up overcooking the outside before the inside really gets heated. Has that happened to anybody? I didn't do a Slido poll, but does that happen to anybody where you've taken something out of the oven and it's gotten crispy on the outside but not done on the inside? Okay, no one's fessing up. It happens to me all the time. That's kind of a simplified version of in a fluid dynamics problem. What happens and how we heat flowing fluid? There's a part of that flow in a tube that's moving the fastest in the middle, but we put the heat on the outside. Engineers in this room will say, oh, there's a bunch of ways that we can solve around this, and there sure are. And from our perspective, all of them force you to make trade-offs, right? So if you want a very gentle heating, you have these big, massive heat exchangers with a lot of hold-up volume, which means if you want to make 1 unit of anything, you got to first fill up this massive system, which you can do if you're running the same product over and over and over again. But if you're, and I call this the pumpkin spicification of the food world, or anything really, where you have seasonal releases, you're switching over between flavors, or batches are getting smaller, it's called SKU proliferation. If your operation needs to be nimble and rotate over and over, filling that entire system maybe doesn't make the most economic sense if you're looking at saving ingredient cost. So our innovation is to look at how, from a thermodynamic perspective, we can put the heat in the right place at the right time in the flow stream. And to do this, we developed a technology that leverages magnetic induction, and we call it flux core. So our flux core sits inside of a process tube, and we use induction to be able to heat a very large surface area component that lives inside that process tube, and we use induction to basically see through the outer wall to heat this really high surface area, and for the food world, sanitary component to heat your product from there. By doing, and I keep doing this, because there's radial mixing happening in that flow stream, which allows you to get better heat transfer. So what this really breaks down to is being able to create systems that don't give you that same trade-off as a conventional one. We can put the same amount of surface area and the same gentleness of heating that you get in a massive system into a very, very small one. We're looking at using this technology in many different applications. As the name of our company suggests, we got this from the food world. We started in the food world for pasteurization and sterilization. We've since looked at projects looking at frying oil. We're looking at thick slurries and how to process those, because if you're thinking about heat transfer, well, those are more difficult to do with a hot wall. So we're thinking about thicker materials. Ketchup is a really interesting one that we're working on. There is some really fancy engineering words like thixotropic and non-Newtonian that I don't really know what they mean, but the engineers in the room will say, yeah, those are difficult to heat. And being able to mix and heat at the same time gives you a much more effective heat transfer. By doing this approach, we can get not only the heat transfer to be improved, make the system smaller, but because we're an electric technology, it means we can turn on and turn off like a light switch and ramp up to any sort of power level you need. So if your flow drops for some reason, our heating system drops down with it, so you don't wind up fouling and burning your product. Important if your plant has deviations or your flow isn't consistent. I should also mention as a plug to the federal agencies that we did get our start with $3 million of NASA money, because when we go put lunar bases on the moon and we put bases on Mars, we're not going to use a boiler to do any of the heating that we're going to do. So they were looking for all electric technologies, which is how the very first prototypes for our technology were developed. We've been looking at equipment installs, climbing that mountain, right? So I live in the startup world, and there are conversations and terms thrown around like the valley of death. And for a process heating equipment company, it's a big valley, and I'm not sure where it begins or ends. But we've done paid pilots with a number of Fortune 100 and 500 food and bev and now chemical companies, established some sales partnerships and channels, and deploying our first test beds to facilities both domestically and one in the UK. We work in a large foundational market, which is process heating equipment. Right now, we're focusing on those applications where the switching cost to using our technology is very low. So we think of those as small to mid-size, we're not going to be putting in megawatt scale of our technology. Right now, we're focusing on the more manageable ones. You've met me. My co-founder is Dr. George Sadler, formerly at Illinois Institute of Technology, so another Chicago connection. We also have some other folks who do our controls engineering, process design, as well as computational fluid dynamics modeling. Just one example of how we're trying to climb this OpEx mountain. We did some use cases with a Fortune 100 beverage company to say, well, if we used our technology as a trim heater, that's where something that can bring the heat and finalize the heat in your process and do it very precisely and very rapidly. If we put this in line into the process that we looked at for high-speed beverage production, think isotonics or ready-to-drink teas, that by putting this in, that we could get an improvement of around $500,000 of productivity per year. And that was above the OpEx cost of the added electricity to run the process. So those kind of OpEx savings are what we're looking for, and productivity improvements are what we believe will drive the path forward for adopting new process heating technologies. I call this the obligatory startup slide because I need to show you that we have a bunch of green check boxes and other comparative technologies don't have those green check boxes. But we've already covered most of this, so I'm going to skip through. Right now, I'll tell you about a little bit how we're going to market and how we're bringing our technology forward. Right now, we're doing pilot testing with enterprise customers, so that's kind of the first stop for us. And our strategy is really to leverage innovation networks. There's a vibrant one here. We're an alumnus company. We went through the Techstars Farm to Fork program in 2018. So we have some Minnesota background. We've been here. We know the ecosystem pretty well. Piloted with Cargill as part of our learning process and product development. And really, we're looking for ways to continue that pilot processing as a way of building our sales funnel. The more test beds that we have, the more people see the technology, they touch it, they feel it, they say, huh, this is interesting. And we move to the next step of securing more sales channels and eventually building a big business, but little steps. We also see that working in this market is tricky, right? We're a 2, sometimes 3-person startup, and being able to service capital equipment in a plant is tough for us. I think anybody who runs plant ops will tell you, we want service and we need it right away when we need it, because no one likes downtime. It's kind of the same way that a new car company that comes on the market. It's tough to be able to get parts. It's tough to be able to get people who know how to handle a vehicle. That same analogy applies to industrial equipment, but when your plant goes down, that's lots of money that you're losing. And a three-person team has a hard time with that. So our strategy here is to work with partners across the supply chain and license in our tech so that they can implement, they can do the engineering to integrate, to make sure that all the different control systems are speaking to each other, the process connections are exactly as they need to be. I also want to point out, and we can talk about this in maybe after in the networking, how else can we use this technology? And so we've talked now about process heating. How do we make a process better for, call it food and beverage or ag processing? But we're also really interested in non-food applications, specifically looking at energy applications around hydrothermal carbonization, as well as some carbon capture, utilization, and storage thing that's kind of in the back of our mind as we're thinking about how to use our tech and apply it in the best way possible. We really want to make decarbonizing profitable. And for us, the theme here is how do you climb that OpEx mountain? And we think productivity is a great way to do it. It's also a slow way to do it. So we're interested in finding ways to speed that up. Please snap a picture if you want to get my information or come chat with me about getting a card. I'd love to be in touch and talk to you all about industrial process heat. Thanks, everyone.
Our next speaker is Herman Robledo. He's with the heat pump sales manager for North America for GEA Group. GEA Group thrives on innovative decarbonization strategies, whereas the industrial heat pump sales manager, Robledo's team integrates cutting-edge heating and cooling solutions for a greener industry. With expertise in project engineering and a focus on continuous improvement, GEA has become synonymous with environmentally conscious and cost-effective systems. So please welcome Herman Robledo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming for this event, and thank you for inviting me for this. The topic is going to be around heat pumps. It's going to be a short presentation because of time constraint on this event. But if you want to check later on the PDF presentations, it's going to be a longer one. So my name is Germán Robledo. I work for GEA or GEA. It's a German name, or some people call it GEA. We're a German-based company, but we are manufacturing in the US. We're manufacturing the heat pumps in the US. I've been in this compression business for the last 35 years almost, with different competitors of GEA. I just joined GEA about 2 years ago, but I've been doing heat pumps for the last 10 years. Everyone is talking about decarbonization. You can relate it more to electrification. Basically, it's a way of changing your heating process today from boiler to electricity. And one of the technologies that comes around is heat pumps. On this slide, basically, it's talking about how heat pump affects your scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. But basically, we're going to look at the scope 1 and scope 2. I don't know if you're familiar with those terms, but scope 1 are your emissions, and basically direct emissions, what you have in your factory when you're manufacturing some process, some material. And because you're trying to change to a compression technology, you need to look into the heat pump, what sort of refrigerant or gas in that compressor needs to be used in the heat pump. So now you're looking into what we call synthetic refrigerants or natural refrigerants. And basically it goes around the global warming, and some of them about making some damage to the ozone layer. But at the same time, some of the new synthetics that have been replacing some other synthetics because they were part of the problem of the ozone layer, now are becoming also around some issues of PFAS and TFAS. But unfortunately, in the US, there's nothing, or there's still no conversation about PFAS and TFAS on refrigerants. Countries in Germany, countries like Danish, Denmark, Norway, they are really looking into this. So they're trying to prohibit heat pumps that are using synthetics. So everyone is trying to switch more to naturals, but in the US, you're going to find a lot of the synthetics and natural heat pumps. Then basically, you're going to change your process from boiler to electricity. So it's an energy efficiency. And once you move from that, you kind of get rid of your problem of emissions, but you're translating this or you're moving this to your supplier of energy, which is your company selling you your energy. So that will be your scope 2. And if you're buying energy from someone from a gas turbine, basically you're doing nothing because he has to increase his consumption of gas for that turbine to provide you more electricity. So ideally is that you start buying from someone that is already renewable, water, wind, solar, something like that, unless the gas turbine now moves to hydrogen or something else. So on the range of different industries, you have different temperatures. But what has been seen is that the most demand is on the food and industry, food and beverage. And then comes the cement, the pulp and paper, the glass, the other ones on the high temperature range. And because of that, you have to find or define your temperatures based on that, where it's distillation, pasteurization, cleaning in place, wash down, drying, something like that. So on that range, a lot of us on the compression side, we're using ammonia as refrigerant, and with ammonia, you can make up to 95 Celsius, 203 Fahrenheit on temperatures. If you want to move to the steam side, you need to find a whole different compressor, like you have to find a different refrigerant. Sometimes will be the synthetics, or sometimes will be hydrocarbons like butane, pentane, and propane. What you do, and I'll put as an example, the food and beverage is how you have to balance energies. You have a process of putting energy in, that's heat, via the boiler, right, where you make steam, and steam goes to a water tank or to some heat exchanger, and that's how you're providing hot water to your process, and goes into anything that you need, pasteurization or defeathering or blanching, you name it. And then at the same time, this same process, same industries have to have in a way to get that heat out. That's where you have cooling, freezing, chillers, refrigeration equipment, air conditioning, something like that. So, when you need to balance those two energies, and you're going to hear people talking about the pinch analysis, pinch methodology, circular economy, things like that, but it's basically how to make anything more efficient in a way, more smarter or wiser, trying to balance the whole system. So this chart comes from a university from Switzerland, It's by Dr. Corin Asparagus, where he created different processes in the industries, where it's wood manufacturing, auto manufacturing, chemical manufacturing, and different heating process. And based on that, different temperatures. Probably it's too small to read, but you can see it, we're in the degrees centigrade or degrees Fahrenheit based on that. But the take on this are the colors in blue is basically technology that is ready today. So it's basically talking about what is ready in the market. So it's the level of readiness in technology. And what happens is that on heat pumps today, you can only get heat pumps able to make up to 95 seawater, and that's with ammonia or probably with some synthetics. The yellow scale becomes more over the steam side, the higher temperatures. And there are few of us that already have some heat pump for that, but I can say they're still prototypes. We are, I don't know, demo site, demo phase, talking with some customers that are willing to let us use their installations as a guinea pig and see what results we can get on those heat pumps. On that scale, we are using now hydrocarbons. Pentane is one of them, butane is the other one, but it's still a prototype. So steam levels is still difficult to get with a heat pump. And my take is that it's going to be very difficult to get even to the higher grade temperatures with a heat pump. There's got to be some technology around, or probably that customer needs to start looking at a carbon capture technology instead of a heat pump. When you get in the red color, all of that is lab research. And you're going to see or read documentations, some company using helium or using something else, new technology of like vortex or something else, getting to the 200 Celsius, but it's still in the lab. It's not commercially available. And these labs, they forget that they got to come to a customer, to a manufacturer and ask us, can you make it? Can you make it scalable? Can you make it by volume? Can you sell this to the market? Maybe it's a great heat pump, but it's going to cost you millions, right? So basically what happens is you're comparing or you're competing between the boiler and electricity. Boiler is the way we've been doing heat into the process for years, probably for the last 100, 150 years. And by natural combustion, it's not efficient. You get a boilers around 80% efficiency. With electrical boilers, they're probably about 95% efficiency. Electro boilers can be 98% efficiency, but they never get around 100% efficiency. Heat pumps, they don't make heat. They need to capture heat and move it. But what they do is make it more efficient. And what happens is the combination of capturing that waste heat, you get heat from somewhere, could be air, ambient air, like it's today. It could be water, ocean water, river water, lake water, geothermals, or now a waste heat from some process. And you add it to the compression cycle where you have some heat compressing that gas. And that's how you make the same units of heat more efficient, or you can even give more units of heat compared to the boiler. On this slide, probably you won't be able to read it because it's too crowded and too small for you. But the take here is that if you can read it, if there's a customer looking for like 1,500 kilowatts, and that's the other thing, on heat pump, for some reason in the US now, we're talking everything metric units. We're talking on kilowatts heating capacity. We're talking on centigrades. For some people, and sometimes I'm putting BTUs, so you get a sense of the scale, but you need to start thinking on kilowatts and centigrades. But this customer, for instance, is looking for the 1,500 kilowatts heating capacity from some process. It could have been like 30 gallons of water going from 140 to 180, something like that. And if he's using the boiler with an 80% efficiency, he's going to be consuming around almost 1,900 kilowatts. If the heat pump for selection, heat source, heat sink, compressor, technology, refrigerant gets an efficiency of 3, that's why you look there. Now he needs to only consume about 500 kilowatts. And that's why it makes so sense, because you're reducing your energy consumption to make the same heating capacity. But what is challenging is the gas prices and electrical prices in the US. So you're going to hear a lot of the spark gap or spark ratio. And you need to find where you're putting this heat pump, whether it's in California, New York, Texas, Idaho. And you need to know what's your electricity cost and your gas price cost. And you divide those two, and that's your spark gap. And depending where you are, if you can read it there, there's a price for Luba, Texas, another one for Nevada, another one for California, Colorado, and Idaho. The spark gap is going somewhere between 2 and 1.5, and I think places where it's even worse. California, for instance, like 4 on 5, right? And because of that is one of letting drive the heat pump business in the US. Whether you put a heat pump, now you probably gonna have to spend more money on electricity rather than gas. And there are states where you're gonna make sense to use a heat pump. If, let's say, there's not a rule for the price on the heat pump yet, because heat pumps vary a lot on pricing. Could be varied on the compressor technology. It could be on the scale of temperature you're looking at. But let's put for a moment that you're paying about $800 per kilowatt. So your heat pump investment will be about $1.2 million. You have the boiler operation per year. You have the heat pump operation per year. The difference on savings, you take that investment, divided by that savings, and it's going to tell you the return on investments. What we've seen a lot in the US is the average is 7 years. There'll be cases where you can get 3, but corporate-wise, people want to see 2. And with a heat pump, forget it. There's no way you're going to get 2, unless you're looking for a lower temperature or you're looking for a smaller capacity. And that's part of the also problem, trying to educate people how heat pump works, how heat pump is integrated into the system, and the paybacks, and also the CO2 reduction. So what's really driving the business today in the US is more the decarbonization targets, regardless of the price of gas. Corporate companies saying that they want to be decarbonized by 2030, 25%, by 2040, another 50 or 60%, and by 2050, ideally to get to 100%. So some companies worldwide, these global companies already set these targets, and that's what's driving the business. But companies that don't really have those targets yet, they really get scared of heat pump because it's still expensive for them. If you look at the efficiency when it's 4, it helps to cut down the return on investment. So the higher the efficiency on the heat pump, the better the case. So sometimes the conversation with the customer is like, do you want a heat pump to cover all temperatures, or you want a heat pump per temperature, or you want a heat pump to cover all capacities, or you want a heat pump per capacity? If he doesn't have the money, doesn't have the funds, the suggestion is start with a small heat pump, or start with a heat pump with a low temperature, continue the higher temperatures with a boiler, and if you're ready in 2 years or 3 years, buy the second heat pump, add the second heat pump, and so forth and so forth, unless they have the money and the interest of doing it everything on once. So because of that, there are different technologies on the heat pump. We call it a closed cycle and the open cycle. Closed cycle, you're going to see 2 technologies, what we call heat activated. If you're familiar with absorption chillers, well, the same thing, there is absorption heat pumps. And then the mechanical compression, that's what we do. I belong to a company that makes compressors. We make compression. And then on the open cycle, you heard this morning about the MBRs. It's basically recompressed steam. You need to find a way of making steam, but it's a steam that is come with a low temperature or low pressure. And now you, by means of some mechanical device, you raise it up in pressure and temperature. So that's the reason they call it MBRs, mechanical vapor recompression, but it's to recompress steam. So what you do? You have a heat source. Could be, like I said, air, water, or waste heat, and that brings heat. And then you put it into a compression cycle, pump it up. Basically, it's like a chiller. You have a evaporator and condenser. Chillers and refrigeration equipment, they focus on the cooling benefit. Heat pumps, they focus on the heating benefit, but it's the same compression cycle. Probably you've seen it for years, right? But it just changed name, but in reality, it's the same principle. Doesn't change that much. What we do is compress it to a higher condensing point, and then that high condensing point, now you can dissipate the heat into something, most of the time to water, but it could be glycols, it could be propylene glycol, it could be ethylene glycol, something else. So right now, there is not a definition what is an industrial heat pump. Some people say the industrial is around 100 kilowatts, or let's say about 1,000 kilowatts, and others call it about 10,000 kilowatts. But basically a set of a compressor is just a compression system with a couple of heat exchangers, where you bring that heat source, you cool it down. So it could be like cooling water that used to go to cooling towers. So you're replacing cooling towers, or it could be condensers or something else. And it comes to the heat pump. Heat pump takes that heat and now move it through the compression cycle and raise it up in temperature. And on the heat exchangers, you're bringing that carrier, that heat carrier, it's going to be water, and send it to your process. So on that scale, we have heat pumps that could be piston compressors, could be screw compressors. Other manufacturers may have centrifugal compressors or scroll or whatever technologies in compression cycles. Today, we can go from 150 kilowatts up to 10,000 kilowatts in one unit. When you get into the 10 megawatts, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts, it becomes multiple sets, right? Like 4 to 5 or 6 10 heat pumps, and up to 95 Celsius or 203 F. There'll be combinations where the chiller becomes the heat source for the heat pump. So you call it a blue-red fusion or a combination of cooling and heating. And it's only just a heat pump sometimes, and then custom made. So Europe has been ahead of the US. Europe and Japan has been ahead of the US on the heat pump. They've probably been ahead of the US for the last 10 years. So they have more technology than anyone on the heat pump. And they also went through the learning curve. They went through all the things like mistakes, destroying compressors, not getting efficiency, pretty bad integrations. But as GIA, we have probably about 200 or more heat pumps today all over Europe, different applications, food and beverage, district heating, wood chip manufacturing, anything. But North America is finally getting to the US. I mean, the heat pump is finally getting to North America. So now we have some heat pumps. For the last 2 years, we got customers. They finally got into the heat pump. We already started delivering some of them. We have some big dairy guys in the US, big brewery guys in the US, some of them like in Arizona, in Georgia, some of them in Canada, around 4 megawatts, around 1 megawatt. Most of them are food and beverage, and most of them are around the 180, 190 F temperatures. And basically because they have these decarbonization targets, like I said. We're now in the process of making 2 more to be ready by February or March. Downside is that it's taking about 40 to 50 weeks to manufacture a heat pump. One of the downsides is that the heat exchangers has to be somewhere that is proven on the market. There are few, there's not so many. Remember, you're running at high temperatures, you're running at high pressure, so you don't want anyone that probably doesn't know how to do these things. So the few ones that are available in the market, unfortunately, they don't have a really fast production, so they're taking about 20 to 30 weeks to make the heat exchangers. Once they have them and they send it to us, we start building the heat pump. That's the reason we're around 40 and 50 weeks. There's a lot of conversations how they can ramp up production, but so far it's still the same. This is one of the most carbon neutral companies. It's called Innocence. It's in the Netherlands. It's by Coca-Cola. The payback was around 4 years, but something that happens in Europe, not only the spark gap is higher compared to the US, but also they pay taxes on the emissions. Most of the decision making in Europe is based on those taxes rather than the energy savings. Something that is not yet in the US. Canada now is putting CO2 taxes. I just came from Canada and they were telling me that they're putting about $80 per ton, but about next year it should be about $140 per ton. So that's driving the business in Canada, the amount of money that you got to save paying taxes. So that's eventually a conversation that is going to happen in the US as well. Here in California, we don't want more taxes, but I guess it's coming because it's the only way how Europe moved people to get into electrification. Was the only way of, fortunately, sorry to say, but incentive them to move to the heat pump. Denmark did it in the 70s. What happened was a lot of industry decided to step out of Denmark, move to other countries or other continents. The government decided to get smart about it and change the rules about those taxes. And now the industry came back to Denmark, and Denmark has probably one of the countries that has most technology around heat pumps. When it comes to applications, it's anything. I'll give you an example, dairy plants. On dairy plants, you have to make hot water for pasteurization, cleaning place, regeneration, but at the same time, you have to make chilled water to control those temperatures, or otherwise you burn the product, you burn the milk. You have a boiler making that hot water, and you have a chiller making that chilled water. The heat of rejection, that heat that is coming from the chiller today is being thrown to atmosphere. It's not being used, it's not recycled. So if you get smart around it, you can combine that into a heat pump, replace the boiler, or basically take that load out of the boiler. So you never take the boiler out of the process. You have to continue using boiler, but just leave the boiler for your needs of boiler and use the heat pump for your hot water needs. We have process where you need to do drying. This is a pet food company that we did in Norway. They needed to inject steam into the pellet of food, but it's a drying tunnel. And at the end of the tunnel, they needed also cool air. So it has a chiller, and the heat of chiller goes to the heat pump, and the heat pump makes hot water, but also, I'll explain later, makes steam. We have wastewater. We can use sewage water, but also some people in the wastewater treatments, they want to dry that water. They call it sludge. Sometimes the sludge dryer needs hot air. So they want to see how to replace the gas on that sludge dryer with a heat pump. This is a case of textile industry, where after the coloring the textiles, they needed to find a way of cooling that water before it goes to a wastewater treatment. But at the same time, the heat of that can be used for the fresh water that needs to be heated to heat air. So it's different applications. And you can go to our website of GIA and you can see different things that we have done in different industries. When it comes to steam, it's a whole different game. Right now, there's not really a lot of heat pumps be able to make steam that you put water in and go steam out. We just commissioned in October in Belgium for a sugar company. And this is using pentane. And ideally, it's going to have a COP of 2.9. This is a 3.5 megawatt heating capacity. We just keeping track of everything. If that's the way to go, then we'll bring it into the US and start commercializing this into the US. But since it's not ready yet and it's not available for you in the market, the only way of making steam today is using MBRs. So the MBR is basically like a fan. We call it a vapor fan, centrifugal fans or fan blowers. And depending on the manufacturer, they can raise temperatures in different ways. But how they do it is that you take water and run it through vacuum. It could be a flash vessel or a heat exchanger where it goes into vacuum. So when you're changing the pressure of water, now it can boil at different temperatures or than the boiling point. And now you can make water or you can make vapor or steam around 140F, 150F, 180F. It's lower than boiling point. And since it's coming at a low temperature and you want it to a high temperature, it goes through these fan blowers. And these fan blowers, what they do is raise it by its steps. Each blower can raise it up around 8 degrees Celsius, which is around 15F. So the first wheel is going to raise it from say you came about 85 Celsius. So it's going to raise it about 8.5 plus 8 gets to 96. Then the next wheel, another 8, the third wheel, another 8, the fourth wheel, another 8. And you go in those steps until you get to the temperature. So depending on the manufacturer, depending on what technology they can provide to you, the MBR is a way of doing steam, but still you need a heat pump to heat water up to some level and flash it, turn it into steam, and then the MBR is going to raise it up to you for temperatures. We've done this in brewery. This is a case of brewing in the UK. Cannot mention the name of the company because a lot of these companies are making us sign NDAs. So they don't want us to disclose names and locations sometimes, but in this case, it's the UK, where we turn the cooling side into a hot heat pump water, and it provides hot water where they need it for the keg wash, for the cleaning place, pasteurization, and then part of the water goes to an MBR, and now the MBR turns that into steam, and now they use steam for fermentation. So in a way, they're making what we call a clean steam, which is no need of boiler by fossil fuel. It's a boiler by an MBR, if you think it that way. This is the pet food company. What you see on the left is the chiller. What you see on the middle is the heat pump. And what you see on the right is the flash vessel and the MBRs. Sometimes they are small. In this case, it was a small capacity heat pump. But many times on the chemicals, cement and pulp and paper, these things get really huge. This is a job that we're doing in Canada. It's a manufacturer of EV batteries for EV vehicles. We needed to provide chillers. Part of the heat rejection, the chillers goes to the heat pump. We need 3 or 4 heat pumps to make hot water to feed it to an MBR. And the other 3 heat pumps are for hot water. And we needed 3 sets for the mass flow steam that it required. And we needed 4 steps. So something that happens a lot is how to integrate the heat pump, how to make these integrations and this process. What happens in GIA is that we're 5 business units. Most of them are into a lot of the food and beverage, chemical, oil and gas. So we have different people with different expertise, and we combine them and go to your plant, to your job site, pick up all the information, and try to figure what's the best way of providing that solution. So what happens is that we call that advert consulting, and it's a way of having someone in your installation pick everything, temperatures, capacities, process, and then figure what's the best way of that process. We have to change the temperatures, how to integrate the heat pump, where is a heat pump with a solar panel, a heat pump with a wind power, a heat pump with this thermal storage. You have thermal storage by volcanic stones. You have different thermal storage by different technologies. So it's a hybrid system. It's not just a heat pump, it's a way of how you make everything more efficient. And whether you have to change the heat exchangers from steam to hot water, if you have to replace your steam lines to hot water lines, all of that. And that's kind of the same function that I hear from the TAPs, the technical system partnerships. It's kind of similar. It's consulting you, helping you how to get into decarbonization. Just getting close to close this presentation. One of the barriers that we're seeing a lot in the US is the lack of knowledge on the heat pump. There's not a lot of publications, literature, and training. There's 3 organizations that they decided to do something about it. One of them is called American Council for an Energy Efficiency Economy, ACEEE, along with RTC, Renewable Thermal Collaborative, along with NEMA, and they just created something that you can check. It's called the Industrial Heat Pump Alliance. It's something new in the US. They want to duplicate something that happens in Europe, similar to what is called the European Heat Pump Association. So if you're interested in a lot on heat pump in the US, just check that new website. It's called Industrial Heat Pump Alliance. And if you want to learn more and see technologies, I suggest to join the RTC Renewable. They have the way of having end users and providers. They have these monthly calls. They have a summit, and that's where you see a lot of the new technologies that is happening on decarbonization. It's not just about heat pump, it's anything. The other thing that we see is the not approval of refrigerants in the US. Some manufacturers are using refrigerants that have the issue around PFAS and TFAS. So it's like they don't care. They call themselves something, they use the word agnostic refrigerants. We as GIA decided not to be like that. We decided to be green, like all the customers. So we decided just to pursue anything just natural, nothing synthetic. There is no pilots or demonstration sites, and unfortunately, the one we have running today, the customers don't allow anyone to come and see it. Some customers, they want to see it first before getting into a heat pump, so it's a challenge to get that approval to come and see it. We see that the structure on the rates in the US is difficult. Some states have these variable rates, some have fixed rates. The utilities are kind of not part of the game. But these associations are trying to get into the game, try to give you some better structures, better rates. Sometimes in Europe, they run heat pumps in sometimes some of the day where the value is negative, so the customer gets paid instead of paying them, right? And that's where they take benefit of heat pump. That is not in the US. Hopefully that one day that should be. And think for a moment that if everyone today makes a heat pump in their system, the grid won't be able to sustain it. I heard this morning, someone said that the grid is so old and needs to be revamped. If everyone goes heat pump, the grid will collapse. So that's another issue as well. And I heard from someone the skyrocket prices after COVID, and not only that, also the lead times. We have a customer that bought a heat pump, but is waiting for a transformer. Transformer is waiting about 1.5 years. So he hasn't been able to use the heat pump because also on some more components, the lead times are really bad. Then what is moving a lot of this is also the IRA Act. One of the cases that we have, 2 of them are IRA Act. But the conversation, how they explain it to me, they don't get the money up front, they get it at the end of the total project completion. That means they get the money probably about 1 year later or 2 years later. It's not really about technology, it's more about social governance, minority groups, employments, community benefits. It's not really how much CO2 is part of that. It's part of that, yes, but not really the main thing of the IRA Act. 40AC as well, the tax credit. Some customers, like I had a customer in California that he wants to see 40AC because it's 10 years. His mind is that the money he gets back on that 40AC is going to pay for the heat pump. But then his spark gap was around 5. He wanted these temperatures. Heat pump was coming with a COP of 4. He says that's not going to work. So we managed how to get a heat pump around 6. So now he's applying for the 40AC. Last week he called me and told me he got approved. So that COP of the heat pump and that spark gap also drives the business a lot. One of the other customers that has a heat pump going to Arizona, same thing, now wants a heat pump in Georgia. He said the same thing. I need a heat pump to be above this COP, 4.6. Otherwise, I won't be able to justify this corporate-wise. So that's kind of the barriers we're seeing a lot in the US. Last one, you normally need a thermal storage energy, basically a water tank, a buffer tank, or certification tank, and a full integration, and many times the electrical boiler. This is another case that we had in Europe. This is a way of showing you how they integrate in the heat pump, the water tanks, and also electrical boiler. Those are the water tanks. That'll be the installation for the heat pumps. It was 2 of them because that's the other thing you need to consider. You want 1 heat pump or 2 heat pumps redundancy, like putting all eggs in one basket, or what happens if you lose 1 heat pump, right? And then the final is the installation of the electrical boilers. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
So we do have some questions that have already come in that I'd like to roll with here. And the first one, Francesco, is for you. How does the IFS technology work with demand response technology and dynamic power pricing?
But that's something that we would look at to have a partner do. So that would be managed by the site. We're electrical systems, so we can take signals from a DCS or a central plant control system, just like most technologies can, or other pieces of process equipment can. We would rely on the plant operator to say, okay, now it's time to go, or some kind of a signal that says start or heat or crank up the power or have the power go down. So that'd be something that the site would handle themselves. But being an electric technology, we ramp up very quickly within seconds to full power. So turn down ratio is very, very high for our equipment.
And also another one that's pointed your direction. Tell us more about how you plan to bring your innovation to markets and which are the highest value and most impactful pathways.
Right now, we're focusing on those areas where the fluid being heated just has a certain viscosity value. So the thick materials, the thick food products, the thicker ag and ag residues that we're looking to process for energy applications, places where materials and feedstocks that are just too thick to handle with, call it a plate and frame heat exchanger, where you'd otherwise be on a tubular heat exchanger that are very, very large systems. So that's where we're focusing. And our pathway is really to focus on partnerships. Being a small team, we want to focus on the technology's development, and then license out to those players who specialize in fabrication, installation, and implementation.
And this one may be for, let any of you jump in on this one. I guess, how large of a facility from an energy consumption standpoint is generally required to see significant savings in process heat electrification? Anyone? Absolutely.
We're seeing a lot of the capacity requests around 1 megawatt, and then we see a lot of the 1.5, 2, and 3, and 4. So I would say there is a lot of people around the 1 megawatt. We see a few companies around the 600 kilowatts, but the most one is about 1 megawatt heating capacity. And I'll say between 1 and 5. So that's what we're seeing a lot in the US. So I guess he needs to make his calculations. He's around that.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience has a question, feel free to flag down lovely Mr. Sparby, who will wander over with the microphone. And as always, we appreciate your patience and appreciate your questions.
Thank you. I have an invention. It's a magnetic heat pump. It heats water or air 70% cheaper than gas, electric, or oil. I have 11 patents granted. My problem is nobody wants to listen to me because I'll put them out of business. Can you imagine? Heat pumps, 70% cheaper to run efficiency than gas, electric, or oil. You can save, we won't need any more energy as far as power plants or what have you, if they have this technology. But I go to different companies that are in the oil business or the furnace business, like Lennox they don't want to hear me. They walk me out the door and says, you're going to put me out of business. But I got 11 granted patents. Nobody wants to listen to me. Maybe you guys can help.
There's a company in Norway that is using that magnetic system as well, but I haven't seen it yet in the US.
Well, perhaps it'll be a good conversation to have on during our next networking break. Any other questions? If I don't see any at this point, again, I'm sure our speakers will be around for a while yet. We will have a short, our last networking break here as we approach the final session of our Renewable Energy Roundtable here. But of course, we have one more Slido poll for you to get your feedback on that. If we go to that slide, it's looking at what are some one-word concepts that popped into your mind or ideas to look into after this event today. A little thought-provoking there, but just to provide some of the things that popped into your head. And again, while those are popping up, I want to thank Herman and Francesco and Graeme for their insights here this afternoon. And I'm sure they will be willing to chat with folks here as we head to the networking break. We're seeing some concepts: CHP, tax carbon, OPEX, complex, feasibility, accessibility. Obviously, we're talking about some very complex issues that will require some development, some collaboration to make it happen. But hopefully events like this help to kind of connect some of those dots, help answer some of those questions, and help further some of these concepts to bring them to reality here in Minnesota and elsewhere. So excellent. Thank you for these. And again, thank Herman and Graeme and Francesco. We'll be taking a short break for networking again, about a 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 2 o'clock. So thanks for your time, and we'll see you again at 2 p.m. All right, and we have to get us started here with the last section. We do have one more slide, another Slido poll for you here, and it is another word cloud. So we ask that you take a look at this. And what are you most excited to learn about in this upcoming session? So if we could have you return to your seats, and if you have an opportunity to provide your feedback, we'd appreciate that. I noticed in not one of these Slido polls where you asked for we asked for your opinion, did they ask for me to tell any jokes? So we will continue with that vein. All right, new technologies, upcoming potential projects in Minnesota, and successes. It is always good to talk about successes. There's ideas are great and concepts are great, but it is always good to talk about areas where projects are happening and where they're working and where they are successful. And so we'll segue to that with our next presenter, who actually is going to be joining us virtually. Max Lander has a diverse work experience in the energy and clean tech industry. Max currently serves as the Director of Project Origination at Rondo Energy. Prior to this, Max worked at Total Aaron as a business developer, where they led origination and commercial activities for large-scale wind, solar, and storage projects. Max has also managed development activities across 7 African countries. Lander obtained their bachelor's degree in sociology and environmental science and policy from William and Mary. Max then pursued a master's degree in international energy at Sciences Po from 2015 to 2017. So please welcome Max Lander.
Pleasure to meet all of you. Max Lander, head of business development at Rondo Energy. Here to talk to you about a new tool in the toolkit of decarbonization solutions for industrial heat. I think this is a topic that in the agricultural sectors that lead into many different products and biofuels, this is certainly a relevant space to be talking about decarbonization. So what is a heat battery, and what is Rondo doing? Well, really, Rondo built a heat battery to tackle one of the largest decarbonization challenges that we have today in our time is industrial heat. Industrial heat makes up about 24% of global energy demand, and much of that is in sectors very near to all of you. Where some of the sectors that we're working on specifically are very close with food and beverage, biofuels, chemicals, and the issue and challenge of decarbonizing industrial heat is the fossil fuels have historically been the only game in town, and they've been reliable and cheap. And so what are different sources that exist that can meet the reliability challenges and at cost that makes sense for customers? And so why Rondo has come up with a heat battery is really to take advantage of one of the new phenomenons in the energy space, and that's the falling cost of solar and wind. Solar and wind have now become the cheapest form of energy in many different regions of the world, but they still have the challenge that they're only available when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing, and have an inherent intermittency to them. And so what Rondo's has set out to do is find a way to take advantage of those few hours of very cheap carbon-free energy and use them to store energy and deliver heat 24/7 as most industry requires. And so what our battery does is we are really following industrial process loads and charging just in a few hours, and charging and discharging at the same time. And we do this using brick. One way that we like to think about ourselves, we're kind of like, you can think of us as an electric boiler with storage, or we're a toaster full of bricks, really finding a way of just using the same resistance heaters that you see in a toaster at home, and using fire brick or refractory brick, same bricks that have existed in steel blast furnaces for centuries. And we have taken tried and true materials and packaged them in a way that really can come together to provide the reliability and safety that industry requires. So how does a heat battery work? We take electrical energy either directly from solar or wind farm or from the grid, and we run these, we heat up our brick stack to about 2,700 degrees Celsius, and we run hot air across the brick stack to a steam generator, and we generate steam at any quality condition or pressure. And we do this without any chemicals. We do this at atmospheric pressure, and we are able to, as I mentioned before, and I usually say it multiple times because it's a kind of important feature, we charge and discharge at the same time. And so this we're essentially a drop-in solution to a boiler. And we're able to do this with about a 98% efficiency. And this is because the only losses of our system are the small amounts of radiative heat loss to ambient temperatures. This is an example of a profile of where we would be. This looks like a wind profile, which is kind of what we have projects in Minnesota, where this would look like we're charging from a nearby wind farm during the evening hours, and then the bars of pink bars represent the constant discharge that we have that would be following an industrial heat load. One interesting way that we are configuring a number of our projects for particularly in the biofuels and food and beverage space is often industrials have not just a large heat load, but they're also electricity consumers. And what we're able to do is we're able to take those cheap hours of intermittent solar and wind and then run them, store them in our heat battery and produce very high pressure, high grade steam and run this through a back pressure steam turbine to create 24/7 power and step down that steam to meet process load conditions. And this is very interesting because not only does this cycle have very high efficiency, but essentially we can create a lot of interesting electricity savings by replacing expensive 24/7 retail rates for most customers with the inexpensive cost that you could get from just the intermittent hours of solar and wind. To put context of Rondo's heat batteries and how do we compare up against other solutions that are essentially doing the same thing, trying to provide low carbon 24/7 steam, e-boilers and heat pumps, also two other technologies doing the same thing. But the difference there is essentially they're having to take in electricity 24/7, much high retail electricity rates that really aren't able to take advantage of the low cost hours. And so even a heat pump with high efficiency, but the higher cost of electricity is not usually in most markets, we're seeing we're able to come in at a significantly lower cost. And another interesting component, because we're able to take advantage of charging only at moments that are when the grid or a solar farm, for example, is producing, we also sure to make sure that our steam is zero carbon input, where if you're getting 24/7 energy from the grid, that's generally not the case. Also much cheaper than hydrogen and renewable natural gas in just about every market that we've looked at. To put this in the context, how big is it, one of our heat batteries? Well, we have two products that we are offering now. We have our 100 and our 300. These two sizes really correspond to the amount of energy storage in each one. So our 100 stores 100 megawatt hours of energy. This is able to deliver 7 megawatts of thermal energy of steam 24/7 while charging up to 20 megawatts electric. So this allows us to naturally charge much faster than we're discharging. And the 300 is about 3 times this. So we're able to discharge at 25 megawatts per at any moment and charge up to 80 megawatts. So quite big systems, but quite small footprint. We have a higher energy density than any electric battery. And our 300 is about 40 feet by 90 feet in terms of size, to put it into context. And this is a video of what that we're already existing today. This is a video from our facility at the Calgren ethanol facility in California, where we've been operating coming up on over a year and a half, coming up on 2 years in March. And so this kind of brings me, and I'll dig into two examples that were of different industries that we're working with that I think are pertinent to this group. We have a project that we will be, I don't know if there's any bourbon drinkers in the audience, but we will be installing our 100 Rondo Heat Battery 100 at Diageo's Bullet facility in Shelbyville, Kentucky, looking to commission the project in 2026. That will be powered by Onsite Solar, and they really have a corporate strategy to offer specialized products that are zero, net zero, and have taken the initiative to look at solutions. And out of all the process of different solutions they looked at, they settled on using a heat battery to achieve their decarbonization there. And also another space, really the biofuels and e-fuel space, and biofuel to jet. These are markets that we've also seen a lot of interest in, is why Calgren also decided to first install a heat battery at their facility, because there are opportunities to monetize and increase revenue by decreasing the carbon intensity of different biofuels. Generally speaking, what we're able to do at biofuel facilities is we're able to replace all of the energy inputs of the system. So replacing the input steam and electricity, which usually corresponds to a decrease of carbon intensity. It depends on the facility, but generally in the 40 to 50% range. So quite a large chunk. We're also able to do this. This is a process that's completely additional to any carbon capture coming off of process emissions. And so we're working with a number of different biofuel producers, looking to reduce the carbon intensity of the biofuels. So I'll give an example of one kind of case study that of a kind of a generic project that we're working on, or a representation of a project that we are working on. This is using one of our 100s charged. This is charged from the grid, and able to provide. We're providing them up to 85,000 pounds of steam per hour and 3.8 megawatts of electricity around the clock, and while dropping into their facility without any downtime or modifications to their facility. They're able to keep their existing steam boilers mainly as backup for redundancy issues. And so we've been able to help them achieve about a 40% CI reduction there. And to kind of show what that looks like from an economic perspective, here's kind of a breakdown of the value that we were able to help create for them. This is a project that they will be monetizing through a number of different programs. The reductions in carbon intensity, but also some of the value comes from just displacing their existing gas boilers. So if you kind of just explain the chart a little bit, moving from the first bar to the second, which is just the heat battery versus the boiler from an energy perspective, we are able to remove their natural gas operational costs, but also their electricity by moving, even though we're consuming a lot more electricity than they were consuming before, really because when they're moving from the expensive retail electricity rates to those cheapest hours of intermittent electricity. And after purchasing additional RECs at their facility, they're able to then create the value from the carbon reductions that are sold as part of their product, create a payback that is quite interesting for them. So this is kind of a breakdown of how our economics would look in a certain case where they're able to monetize their carbon reductions. So this is all just to kind of lay out the result of what we would generally do when we're working with different customers to kind of look at would a heat battery make sense in different facilities. So I don't know if any of you are connected with any industry or know of any partners that would be interested to look at such an opportunity, but would be happy to speak with anyone to look at a facility. We normally will look at facilities' energy needs and electricity needs and study that to put together a feasibility study. We're happy to do this for free and speak with anyone to kind of see if it would be a good match. And normally our process would be, after conducting a study, we would then go and do the engineering phases, and within about 2 to 3 years we could look to be operational. And we're an asset that we have a 20 to 40 year running life. So it's longer life than typical boilers. So I'll flash up my contact information if this could be of interest to anyone, and look forward to any of your questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Max. And unlike our previous speakers where we waited for the entire section to be completed because Max is joining us virtually, we want to make sure he doesn't have to hang on the computer for the next half hour or so waiting. So if you have any questions, feel free to fire them off now, and we'll make sure that we get him the opportunity to answer those questions. So any takers? Yes, sir. Actually, we have to, Max, hang on. We do have a question in the back, but we have to wait for the microphone runner to make his way over there.
Yeah, thanks, Max. My question is about the O&M costs for the Rondo battery. I noticed on the chart before they look like slightly higher than a natural gas boiler. Can you talk about what the O&M costs for your system, what that looks like what work is being done?
Yeah, we one of the components of the O&M that makes it a little bit different than a natural gas boiler is we have an air blower that's constantly running and blowing hot air across our brick stacks. So that's one of the components that is increases somewhat the operational costs. But I would say our system is generally designed to all the components within it are long, are designed to have very long lives and don't need replacing over the course of the asset. So we estimate that our O&M costs for maintaining our system across its life represents about 1% of the capital cost of such a project. And so this comes out to be slightly higher than a natural gas boiler, but still a not a very large line item in kind of the general techno-economic analysis of what goes to making a project pencil or not.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, I do have one that just came in via text.
Yes, I see. Sorry, you can
actually a
if you want to read
double two-part question to this. Where is your company located, and do you have any installations in Minnesota?
Yes, Rondo's headquarters are based in Alameda, California, which is in the Bay Area in San Francisco. That's where we're headquartered. So that's where we assemble and our batteries today. We do not have any installations already installed in Minnesota. That being said, we have a number of projects in Minnesota. It's a great state for us to work in for a few reasons. Not only have we received a lot of attention and love from some of the regulators in Minnesota, who are quite ambitious around such decarbonization solutions, but also the utility Xcel in Minnesota is indirectly through Energy Impact Partners is also one of our investors. So we're working very closely. There's a public project that the shutdown of the Sherco coal plant that Xcel is looking to retire in the next few years. We're working with them to use our heat battery also to as a decarbonization solution to repower their coal facility. So that's we're doing a number of different things in Minnesota.
Excellent. Thank you. I guess seeing no further questions at this point, as we mentioned, all of the presentations as well as the slides will be available online along with Max's contact information. So if more thoughts come to you as you're driving home or noodling on this, you can certainly, I would imagine, reach out via that contact information that he provided, correct? Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Max. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time. Take care.
All right. Now, our final two presenters have been faithfully waiting and patiently waiting this day and participating in the Renewable Energy Roundtable. We're going to continue our discussion on this topic with Tracy Hodel and Elizabeth Kramer with the City of St. Cloud. Tracy is the Public Services Director for the City of St. Cloud, Minnesota, and has served the residents and customers of the community for over 23 years in various roles. The Public Services section of the City of St. Cloud includes the city's engineering, public works, and public utilities departments. Tracy has a history of providing innovative, high-quality, and cost-effective services, which has resulted in the city being recognized as a national and global leader in the incorporation of new technologies and approaches to providing public services and projects implemented. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is the Sustainability Coordinator for the City of St. Cloud. Elizabeth has been with the city for over 6 years and manages energy data and costs, tracks project savings and accomplishments, coordinates public education programs, and assists with researching and writing grant applications. Elizabeth is also heavily involved in professional organizations in the energy and wastewater treatment field. So please welcome Tracy and Elizabeth. Here's your clicker if you want.
All right, last one, everybody. It's been really exciting to be here today and learn from what everyone is doing in their fields and be able to have a chance to share with you what we're doing in the city government field and wastewater treatment field. So we are going to talk about some of the technologies that we've leveraged to make our way to net zero, sort of generally as a city, but also more specifically at our nutrient, energy, and water recovery facility. So with the technologies that we've leveraged and the really diverse array of strategies that we use as a city to reach our energy goals, we have become really a global leader. This is a great chance for me to brag about us a little. We've had people from other countries, other states, come to our facility, particularly our wastewater treatment facility, to learn from what we're doing. And we've had this success story by mixing some really basic strategies. So your tried and true energy management and energy efficiency with much more innovative projects like waste to energy, combined heat and power, biofuel. And we're using all of this work as a really strong base for moving even further into the future. We're looking at green hydrogen. We're looking at renewable natural gas. We're looking at landfill organics diversion, food waste to energy, carbon capture. All of these are strategies that we're looking at in the future to continue the work that we've done and really continue to be a leader and use the newest technology that we can and mix that with all of our basics, the low-hanging fruit that we've already done. So the city actually set some, what at the time we felt were really aggressive goals to get city services to net zero. And we not only met that goal early, but we exceeded the percentage of progress that we wanted to make at this early date. So by 2022, our city services were provided by renewable energy across the board. So we set some really aggressive future goals because we realized that if we set these aggressive goals, if we make a lot of progress towards these goals, we can really move the finish line further and further, and we can move our progress along this path further and further. So this is a lot of information here, but this is how we got started on our path. Kind of a visual look at some of these projects. It's really only been about a decade that we've been doing this work. So back in 2014, we started with our energy management work and energy efficiency. Then we moved into putting some solar arrays on site at city properties. We subscribed to community solar gardens. We developed a community energy action plan. We'll get much more in depth on this in a little bit here, but we did some biofuel generators. So those are biofuel powered combined heat and power generators that we have on site at the wastewater treatment facility. We've done a lot of really innovative nutrient recovery work, and we've done a ton of public-private partnerships. And this sets the stage for some of the things I mentioned earlier. The green hydrogen project is one that we have in progress right now. Food waste to energy is something we've done a pilot project on and that we're looking at making full scale. And some of these other things, EV charging and fleet electrification, we're making a lot of progress on right now. We're making a lot of progress towards our community goals. And then some of these things, carbon capture, establishing a microgrid, some energy storage, are a little further out into the future. I'm going to really zero in on the new recovery facility right now. So our new recovery facility is our nutrient, energy, and water recovery facility. And that's what we've rebranded our wastewater treatment facility to. We realize that wastewater treatment does not cover everything that we do at this facility. It's the backbone of our work there. It's part of our mission. It's really important to us, but we've expanded so far beyond that to the nutrient and energy worlds that we wanted to make sure that people know we're not just creating this clean water there, we're also innovating in other fields. The other thing about the new recovery facility is it's really kind of the incubator for a lot of the work that we do. So our first ever on-site solar array in the city was just a little tiny baby 20 kW array that you can kind of see in the middle of the picture there. And we had such success with that and worked out the kinks of working on projects like this that we could expand to other sites around the city and other buildings. And so far we have 13 on-site solar arrays at 9 sites across the city. And this work started really along the same timeline. So in 2015, we did a lot of energy efficiency work. I'll call out MnTap here. They helped us a lot with some blower optimization that we did that was really vital to our energy efficiency. We also did some building envelope stuff, the lights. We really worked on our energy management. And then we moved into adding solar arrays. And then we got our biogas generators and biogas conditioning equipment on site. We installed a gas storage membrane. That's kind of the bubble in orange down there. We did a primary digester conversion. Then we installed a second generator because the first one was so successful for us. And we installed some additional solar on site. And so these biogas generators were a huge piece of getting us to net zero. They're combined heat and power. We feed them with a mix of municipal waste and then high strength waste. So we get high strength waste from food and beverage manufacturers. They bring that in, and rather than us using a lot of energy to treat that and putting a burden on the grid and increasing energy used, we can actually generate energy with it. And we have an environmentally responsible way for businesses to dispose of their waste, and it helps with our net zero goals. I'm going to play here a short video. I'm sure some of you are familiar with equipment like this in the biofuel generators, but this kind of goes into our whole process.
The city of St. Cloud treats wastewater for over 120,000 people in 6 cities. The facility treats over 10 million gallons of used water every day. A tremendous amount of energy is contained within the used water and is recovered and converted to electrical energy. Waste solids are heat treated using a process called anaerobic digestion. This provides great opportunities for the city of St. Cloud. In this digestion process, solids are broken down by helpful bacteria in large tanks at high temperatures. The bacteria produce a biofuel in the form of gas. This biofuel is cleaned and used in generators to create electricity that will be used on site. The excess heat produced by the generators is used to heat the digesters that create the biofuel. To generate more biofuel, St. Cloud receives byproducts from industries such as breweries and food processing facilities. St. Cloud is converting what was historically a waste into a valuable resource, reducing the cost to treat used water. Good for the environment and good for the pocketbook.
And I'll make one small update to that video. We actually have 7 regional cities that now contribute wastewater to our facility. Recently, the city of Foley has started the process of getting online with us. So like I said, the reason I wanted to emphasize that so much is that not only do these biofuel generators provide a place to generate millions of kilowatt of electrical energy every year, we also capture a lot of waste heat from this equipment. We've reduced our natural gas expenses and our usage by over 40%. There are quite a few months in the warmer months we don't purchase any natural gas at all. This has been really great for us and was actually not included in our original payback calculations. So we paid this equipment off even more quickly than we thought we would once we realized that we could include that in those payback calculations. This is going to tie in to this waste to energy program as well, because once we realized that we could take this high strength waste from food manufacturers, beverage manufacturers, dairies, businesses like this, we realized that there was kind of a missed opportunity here to reduce wasted food in other ways and dispose of it in a responsible manner. So we did a pilot project where we were diverting organics from the landfill. We had a depackager unit, that's the unit here. It sort of churned all of this out of its packaging and turned it into kind of a slurry. And then we could mix it with high strength waste and have it be something that we can run through our system. This is especially important because wasted food is the cause of over 50% of methane emissions from landfills. It also is almost 20% of landfill contents in Minnesota. So we want to continue to expand this wasted food program. We're looking at ways to turn that from a pilot project into something more permanent at our facility. We're also looking at some upcoming residential food waste programs. Obviously, this would be a much smaller percentage of food waste, but what we learned from our open houses and our public education with our food waste pilot program is that residents really wanted a way to feel included and feel like they could do something, useful and beneficial with their food waste. And so in 2025, we planned a pilot program to dispose of residential food waste and turn that to energy. That kind of follows in the footsteps of our residential fats, oil, and grease program, where folks can bring their fats, oil, and grease to a drop-off location. We can run it through our wastewater treatment facility in the high-strength waste side. We can turn that into energy, and a dual benefit for us, it actually lets us keep a lot of that fog out of the sewer system. So this has been a lot of looking at the energy that we create and how we got to net zero in that respect. Tracy is going to talk more about some of the nutrient recovery that we do, and then she's going to get into some of the really innovative technology we hope to embrace and we're working on implementing in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Liz. All right, so I get the opportunity to talk about more of the technologies that we have on site and the ones that are forthcoming here that we're working at the facility. This picture here is just a picture, of course, of our anaerobic digestion process. And then inside our biosolids building there, we have two very innovative technologies inside there. One's called Listec. And so what Listec does is it takes like a 15% solids product and makes it so you take all the water out, but then it acts like a 5 or 6% solid, which means it's flowable. So you can pump it and you can inject it into farmland. And that is something that was very important to us because we do, and I'll talk a little bit about that, is we do produce a carbon neutral fertilizer product on site as well, a couple of them. So one of them's biosolids. It's a liquid product that we inject into the soil. We apply it to area farmland. It has very high value and nutrient rich, a lot of potassium, a lot of nitrogen and phosphorus in it as well. And the other biofertilizer product that we have, so the Listec was the second in the nation when we installed it back in 2018. And then the Listera, which is basically taking phosphorus out of your wastewater and combining it and creating a crystal product, which we have here. We have samples if you guys would like, but this is what the crystal product looks like. And it's a slow release phosphorus fertilizer product that you can put. And what we do is we produce it on site and then we sell it to the manufacturer of the fluidized bed and they distribute it and sell it to for food production or for golf courses or things like that. So, and you guys are welcome to take samples. They're great for your house plants. So you just need a teaspoon or two for your house plants for 1 gallon. And then if you guys are really want to have a fun and interesting conversation, we've got poop to power stickers here. So you can, like the I voted stickers, you can do the poop to power and create some fun conversation when you stop at Target on your way home or something like that. But so very, very fun, interesting projects that we're working on here. Is he just the green for the passing? Okay, here it is. Now I gotta go back. There we go. Okay, so this is just a product or a picture of our, and you can see we actually has the AURI rods in their picture right there. AURI came and visited our facility back then, and in this picture here when we started this operation up. And we just use typical farming equipment to inject the liquid biosolids product into the fields, and we inject it underneath. Getting this on there. So this is going a little bit into what Liz talked about and kind of that waste to energy program and the partnerships. And then one thing that we really did not expect during this whole process was the economic impact to our community with this project. So when we first started, it was all about obviously environmental benefits, but also the economic benefits. We had a significant decrease in our operating costs with all of these projects that we're working on. And with that, that means we can stabilize property taxes for our taxpayers and our ratepayers. But the other benefit that we saw is it actually brought jobs to our community. It created an opportunity for these food and beverage industries to reduce their operating and maintenance costs by bringing the solids to us in a much lower cost than what they would have to do to install like a large wastewater treatment facility or capital costs on their facility, and or take it somewhere else where it's going to cost a lot more to dispose of. So very reasonable rates. And then for us, it was a huge benefit because we expanded our customer base, right? We're not looking at just the residents of St. Cloud. We're looking at the whole we have people driving 2.5 hours to bring their product to us. So it's recycled and it's financially viable for them, of course, and then also environmentally more favorable way to treat this high strength, we call it high strength products that we have. So now last thing I'm going to talk about our big green hydrogen project that we have. We've been talking a lot about it. We've been working on it since 2022. We received some significant grant funds on this project. We received about 1.09 million from the state of Minnesota from the LCCMR. Funds to kickstart a pilot green hydrogen project to see how it can integrate with a wastewater treatment facility. We did all the preliminary technical work on it and found out that a full scale was very feasible and reasonable to do. So we ended up putting in an application to the United States Department of Energy for a grant application, and we were awarded the money and notified of that award in August of 2023, $3.675 million from the DOE to do this project. And we're actually being recommended for another $3.155 million state grant to fund this because of so many potential partnerships and learning to where we can expand this use. One thing that's pretty exciting about this is right now we will be the first in the world for a wastewater treatment facility to install green hydrogen that will use all those end products. So it's not just hydrogen, it's oxygen. So you can kind of see those long tanks down there on the facility. 40% of our electrical demand is to provide that oxygen for that treatment process. Many people that do electrolysis, the oxygen just goes into the atmosphere and does not get used. Same thing with the waste heat. We obviously have a ton of needs, especially in Minnesota, for waste heat, not just with our processes, but within our building itself and just providing the campus heat at the facility. And so we're going to be able to, and that's our goal on this project, is to use all of those end products. And it's been pretty exciting. We have our purchase order in. We're working with Nell for our electrolyzer. We purchased a 1.25 megawatt electrolyzer. We're in design phase right now, and what's exciting is for them, this is even new for them. The heat recovery piece, they're super excited. The power supply company, SMA, that we're working with, they're like offering free engineering services to do this because we're trying to make sure that, and we will, the goal of it and the grant funds are dependent on it as well, but 100% of everything produced will be green energy, will be from renewable energy. And I did talk about that we have it on order, but the one thing too is the expected delivery is fall of 2025, and we're hoping to be commissioned by the end of 2025. So it's actually coming up pretty quick. We've been talking about this for a long time. So it was really exciting to sign that purchase order and get this whole process in place. So again, just emphasizing the renewable energy side of things. Right now, we are very reliant on the grid for providing it just because we have a lot of renewable energy, but we're in parallel with the grid. Right now, we're having some roadblocks with our utility service provider as far as the interconnection. So we're looking at doing 100% connection just from our new solar array that we're adding. It's a 0.9 megawatt solar array that we're adding on top of at our campus to help power this facility. and working at a direct connection from that solar to the electrolyzer, which again is exciting to hear because the manufacturer of the electrolyzer, our engineer, and our power supply folks, these are first in the world, first in the nation type of projects. And so they're really, really excited about working on this and making this work. And in fact, we've been talking with NREL as well. That's one of their goals, is to have the direct power, renewable energy, especially solar, to it. But the downfall is electrolyzers aren't really designed for that, right? So we have to look at the intermittent power starting on and off. That can really shorten the life of the electrolyzer. So we actually had a meeting 2 weeks ago with 15 electrical engineers in the room, virtually, of course, but just talking about ideas. And it was such a positive, exciting meeting because everyone had all these ideas like, oh, what if we do this? And what if we do this? And everyone had that growth mindset of how can we make this happen? So we're excited to be on that cutting edge of technology and potentially create more customers for all of these suppliers, for all of these manufacturers in the business. The other thing that really is exciting about this project that we get pretty pumped about is, and that's one thing that we're really proud of at our facility is again, taking back to that waste to energy, where that impact that we're seeing in our community on the economic development side and creating jobs and things like that. We're also being able to impact the community in different ways. So we have that community, very aggressive goal that Liz showed earlier about our St. Cloud community being carbon neutral in 2028 for electrical use, and then 2038 for the heating and transportation sector, which we all know is very hard to decarbonize. Hydrogen is a part of that solution. It's not the whole solution, but it's part of that solution. We're trying to figure out where it fits in that mix. But if you don't try it and you don't produce it, how are you going to know how it's going to fit in that mix? There's nobody producing it in Minnesota. So we're going to be able to attract companies, businesses. We've already been reached out by multiple fleets, different transits, different companies that want to work with us to provide that hydrogen locally so they can try and do this decarbonization. A couple of specifics is New Flyer of America. They make buses. They are actually very located just south of our facility by chance. And they just announced about, was it 6 weeks ago, Liz, that they are bringing manufacturing of hydrogen fuel cell buses to St. Cloud, Minnesota, bringing jobs because they know that we're going to be making hydrogen and they can have an easy supply of hydrogen and don't have to purchase it from, I think right now is Chicago is the closest location that's producing it right now. The other exciting transportation pieces are public transit. So Metro Bus has almost all CNG buses. So we're looking at what can we do to blend hydrogen fuel with CNG and power those buses as well. So we're looking at those. We actually have some city fleet that's CNG. We're looking at using hydrogen fuel and blending there. I mean, it's combustion, so it's kind of looking at similarity, but what is the safety factor there as far as blending possibilities there? Oh, the other exciting part too is we have a distributor, a gas distributor in town that basically met with us and said, you know, whatever, how much kilograms of hydrogen you can produce, we can sell it. We have people, there is a demand for hydrogen out in the system. And so we know that there's going to be no excess. We can use it on site too, of course, and that's how we want to show how we're integrating. It can act like a storage, like a battery for us, because we do have a lot of solar. Thankfully, we have the biofuel because that helps offset the intermittence challenges you have with solar, but we have the biofuel. But then we'll also have hydrogen storage on site that we can use if we're ever out of biofuel or solar isn't working or online at the time. We can also use it for our boilers, and we can feed directly our 2 engines that Liz showed. We have 2 633 kW Embacher engines, which is already produced and manufactured to be able to take 20% hydrogen blend into those engines already. So just wrapping up, a lot of questions that we get typically when we share about the projects we're doing is how are we getting these projects done? Really, it started with that energy efficiency and management side of things, and I have to give a ton of kudos to Liz here who, how many people do B3 benchmarking or know of B3 benchmarking? So that is the actual software tool that we use to take all of our city meters and and manage and determine what kind of demand we're seeing at all of our facilities and all of our operations. And so that's how you are able to identify where should you hit for energy efficiency, where are your opportunities, things like that. Collaborations and partnerships. That green hydrogen project, we probably have 40 project partners right now at all different levels, from manufacturers to different distributors to Minnesota Department of Commerce, just ton of Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, just lots of project partners on that one. We have a lot of support from our city council, from our community on this. I think the one thing that sets us aside too is kind of that bold ideas and brave implementation. Like, we have all these ideas. We don't just talk about them, we do something about them. And we learn about the successes, like Liz talked about that 20 kW baby solar. We're like, okay, how does all this work? And we have a third party partner, and we figure it out, and we're like, okay, this worked. We can go bigger, and we can do more. The whole grant side, how many know how much work that is? So our DOE grant we got in August of 2023, we were awarded or noticed. We went through grant negotiations until June of 2024 before everything was lifted. So we're learning a lot. A lot of the forms are starting to come like, oh, the SF 424 form and this and that. And like, people laugh because you probably know exactly which forms, and you're like, oh, well, we can do this and that. And so we're learning a ton too. And once you get that system figured out, it really is helpful for our team. But I think going to that brave implementation, take action, do something about it, try it. And that's what we're doing. We're trying it. We're not a for-profit, but we definitely want to make sure that we're saving our ratepayers and it's not costing our ratepayers or our property tax people money. And we're doing that by aggressively going after grants and having partnerships and making sure there's end uses and off-takers for this product in the future here. The other thing is think long term. Like, we are always looking at 25 years from now. For example, our solar initiative, we didn't go into one bucket of all on site or all community solar. We did several different programs. Over 25 years, we're going to be paying 3 cents a kilowatt hour for our electricity, you guys. I mean, it's pretty phenomenal when you're thinking. Now, short term, you're like, oh, okay, you're paying more than what you'd pay off the grid at the moment. But when you look long term, you can see some significant savings and know what your operating costs are. Diversify, kind of going into that solar and what we're doing on site. I mean, we've got biofuel generation, CHP, we got multiple solar, we've got hydrogen coming, we've got biogas storage, we're looking at batteries. And so learned a lot today from people about some options that we have if we do more of an islanding approach and need to have that battery in place. Right now, I think our roadblock is that inertial load that we need, that the battery might not supply for the on and off of the electrolyzer. And then really how is our team is amazing. People that have been in our facility, I know Shannon, you have been there. Our team are super passionate about what they do. They want to make a difference. They want to see what we can do more. We don't just take used water and create clean water. Like Liz says, we have potential to do so much more, and we're constantly looking at ways to do that. And then having those really aggressive goals is super important for us. It gives us a pathway to follow and for our staff to follow. Other benefits for us, it provides green solutions for our local industries that want to bring high-strength waste to our facility. Again, talked about stabilizing rates and taxes, meets our energy goals, gives us another additional revenue source for the facility. So those that are familiar with wastewater, it's very corrosive. Hydrogen sulfide eats away at your electrical, your equipment, everything like that. So having additional funding coming in to help pay for those equipment replacement is critical. And not only that, it brings the rates down for everybody that pays their utility bills. So it's such a win-win opportunity, creates those jobs. We now have an energy fund development or energy fund where all of our savings go in this bucket to help pay for other energy related projects that we have within the city. And we still have operation and maintenance savings on top of it. So just a lot of benefits to the work that we're doing. And that wraps it up. So I'll open up for any questions, and don't forget your sticker. Wear it loud and proud.
All right, yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and flip your microphones on, a couple questions have come in. I had one just from listening to this. Are there other cities, municipalities that are going to school off of what you guys are doing? I mean, this seems very innovative, but yet very doable in many ways. So are other other places looking to learn from your efforts?
Yeah, we've had other cities come visit our facility and, learn about specific pieces of equipment or learn about our plans in general and what big picture we're doing. And in the same sense, we learn from other municipalities, other, industries, other governments, other countries. We learn from everybody as well and bring that back to our facility. So I think that information exchange is really what makes a lot of this work possible.
And like Liz mentioned earlier, we're actually working with a lot of different countries. So we have a treatment facility that's not doing a similar thing. They're using cryogenic type of electrolyzer. We're using PEM from Germany that we're working on. And then Northern Ireland as well is working on more of an oxygen recovery piece of it. They're not quite as far along as we are, but we're learning from each other. So yeah, exchanging ideas.
Awesome. And one question did come in, and you may have answered this along the way. Do St. Cloud residents have lower heating bills than other Minnesotans, or would it be lower electricity? Or I guess how does that affect the residents of St. Cloud?
Mostly the utility rates that they're paying that are lower are the utility rates for water and wastewater. So those city provided services are what we're saving the ratepayers on. We don't have district heating or anything like that that would impact individuals for, heating or electric for their homes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Very interesting. And again, it's fun to talk about concepts, but it's also awesome to see successes and see things that are working. And this is a great example. So thank you for sharing that. Yes.
I had a question. The move to go from biofuel to energy was one. It sounded like a big step. And then going to hydrogen is another one. From what I know about the hydrogen space, there's also a risk profile that goes along with that. So my question is, how has the project team in the city understood the kind of escalation of a more significant risk profile with now producing hydrogen along with fertilizer and biofuel production? It sounds like an amazing project. I'm just curious how that risk assessment has impacted the project going forward, and how has safety been incorporated into the planning process?
Yeah, so as part of the safety process and that's kind of one of the big reasons why we're doing this project too, is that public awareness piece, because there's a lot of misconception about hydrogen, that it can be unsafe and things like that. Right at our 30% design, we go through a very intensive safety review, and we do that with the manufacturer, the power supplier, all the vendors, and making sure that we're looking at every single area that needs to be looked at to make sure that the safety is where it's at. And the system is in a container. So you look at it within and make sure all of your detection systems are in place, your ventilation systems are in place. And that's why that power supply is so important. And that's the trick for us. You always have to have that running just in case, right? So when you have your solar down, you have to have battery or some other power source to keep all of that safety equipment running. So that's part of it. But there's a very intensive safety process that we go through as part of this project. Yeah.
Hi, I have a couple questions. This is amazing. I'm like so excited to hear about projects like this going on.
Thank you for
so
sticking
close
around,
by.
everybody, and listening.
This is great. So one is kind of like a technical question. You mentioned that there are, other restaurants and other businesses and different entities that bring the waste to the facility. How does it get there? Do they pay a company to truck it there for them? Do you guys charge them a fee to drop off their waste? Like, how does that work logistically?
Yeah, so a lot of them kind of pay like a contractor company to bring the waste to the facility. So we have trucks running through the facility on a daily basis. There is sort of a specific spot set aside at the facility to dispense the high strength waste into that's kind of separate from the rest of the treatment process. So there's a designated area for dispensing that. And it's much closer at hand to our digesters and things like that. And so they do pay a disposal fee to us. And then I assume they're also paying their contractor.
Yeah,
that
they're paying their
working with.
hauler as well, but our tipping fees are pretty low because we generate so much power off that. When you look at the energy content inside the municipal solids versus the high strength waste, it's a whole different world. I mean, you're talking it's kind of a different world. Wastewater treatment, but biochemical oxygen demand is usually around 240 milligrams per liter for just domestic. We have a product that comes in that's 800,000 milligrams per liter. So that is the equivalent to your energy value of the difference between those waste products.
Sounds very cost effective.
Yeah, and we have kind of a schedule set up, so we're not, overflowing the tank on one day and not getting anything on another day. So it's a lot of communication too with those industries. What do they have that they need to dispose of? When do they want to dispose of it? When can the contractors come? And we have someone at the facility who kind of manages all that.
Okay. Not to hog the mic, but I'm just wondering if you can speak to, is there anything like unique about St. Cloud specifically, either where it is geographically, or maybe it's, really is just the people who work there? What is it specific about the St. Cloud location that you think contributed to you guys being able to do a project like this?
I am a little bit biased, and I'm going to have to say the people that we have there are absolutely phenomenal. And nobody can steal her, so don't talk to her. But no, we have amazing, and our infrastructure too is great. We have the anaerobic digestion, we have the capacity. So when you're looking on your costs, right, we have that capacity to take those solids in. We don't have to build new digesters, right? So that really helps our situation in St. Cloud to put us in a good spot. And geographically, we're, just an hour north of the cities, and, we're in a good spot for that as well.
Yeah, I would say also it helps to be a regional treatment facility. We take waste from all of those cities. We have contacts with the businesses there, with residents there. So we know people that we can talk to and see if they'd be interested in bringing waste sources to us. And that also helps.
Thank you.
We are bumping up against our deadline here. So one more time, please thank these two, Liz and Tracy, for this information. And I would imagine, as usually happens in Minnesota, the Minnesota goodbye will consist of people lingering and milling and talking. So you'll probably get a few more questions from folks along the way. Finally, want to thank our sponsors one more time of Eisen Legal, Compeer Financial, and the USDA Rural Cooperative Development Grant Program. Recordings, again, of today's programs will be posted on AURI's YouTube channel, PowerPoints on the AURI website at auri.org. You will receive a survey after this event, so please take just a few moments to fill that out. And we do have one final quick Slido poll before I turn it over to Shannon to wrap things up for the day. At this, let's see, where did I go? I lost my point. Key takeaways for today. I mean, obviously, a lot of information. If you think back from the beginning of the day to where we are now, a lot of information has been shared. But anything that's a key takeaway from today, we ask that you just throw that up there if you would. Thank you. Well, I guess we'll wait and see. Oh, we got a few popping up. Now I need my glasses again. Stinks to be in. There we go. I love this. Exciting opportunities. The future is bright. Opportunities abound. That's a great way to think about all of this, isn't it? It's not a woe is us type of thing. It's folks like you who are looking for those opportunities and recognizing the potential. So much to learn. Absolutely. When I was a kid, I think it was a Charlie Brown poster I had up on my wall that said, the more I learn how much there is to learn. And that's certainly the case here as we learn about all these things. So I'm going to turn it over to Shannon Schlecht here with AURI to wrap things up for our day. So thank you for your participation and your attention today.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's give it a round of applause for Dan, too, for emceeing us today. And I'm glad you didn't have to pull out your bouncer skills, right, that we had talked about earlier. I'll be really brief overall. First of all, just a lot of great information today. So I think we covered a wide range of energy efficiency innovations and technologies that are possible and feasible, right, as we look forward in terms of the future and what's possible both from an economic and an environmental standpoint overall. So we learned about some funding opportunities, the new dollars that are coming through MPCA, as well as the REAP program earlier on. We saw that there's some free technical assistance providers that maybe we weren't aware of in the past, like previously as well, through MnTap and through the DOE. As we look forward at some of these opportunities and think about feasibility, right, there's places that you can go and get some initial first steps and guidance that can help move us forward. And then just like such in-depth and robust information around all these different options, right, around CHP, around heat pumps, around MVR, right? And like brick batteries, right? Who would have thought that right? I think something so simple yet, but yet so innovative in terms of the different approach and how we're moving those forward, right? And the induction heating, right? In terms of some new applications of technologies and really thinking creatively and forward around how could these apply to your business and how do they meet your right long-term goals? I think we heard just talking about how do you think 20, 25 years, right? 5, 10 years, right? Just starting to pencil these into your long-range planning around how could they fit, right? What do we need to be doing and how does that all come together? So, and then I think the other piece that was interesting is just thinking about the grid catalyst and how that connects into some of this for early stage ideas, right? And different innovations that are out there that maybe just need that push and looking at your MVP, how do you get started? And then the demonstration sites for those that are going through that stage of growth that exists here as well for people to take a look at. And then I just want to say what a great closure with St. Cloud in terms of pulling all these different technologies together, right? In terms of looking at how does that all fit, right? In terms of thinking forward again around what are our net zero goals and what are all the different levers that we can go after and start applying and test and learn, right? And then be an example for others and have those conversations and share. Right, what works, what doesn't work, and start moving together. So I thought that was a great way of like all the different things that we learned about and then like seeing them applied here as we close out the day. It is a great tour, right? So if you do get a chance, I know our board went out there in January and just had a great time learning about right what's going on there and just seeing the creativity and the innovation and how that all comes together. So I give it my 5-star award, right, for those that haven't been out there yet. And then I just wanted to thank our AURI staff again, especially Nan and Ray in the back that have been working hard on all the efforts. And to Luca as well. I think Luca had to step out, but right, he has done a lot to pull this together as in terms of the speakers and content and just pulling together today's program. Thank you again to our speakers. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our AV team as well that was working back there, and they did a great job of pulling these different pieces together right over the hybrid terms. I think I'll close with what was said was be bold, be brave. Right, I think it's a good way for us to think about going forward of these new innovations and opportunities. And I wish you safe travels, right, and look forward to seeing you again sometime soon. So take care and thank you.